in this letter talking about. Now, the scammer that filed this goes by the nickname the Polish guy because he's from Poland. I never knew his name until he sent this letter. Now I do know his name, but I'm not going to publish that. And he's one of those money scammers. The first time I encountered him was 5 years ago with a German TV crew where he actually scammed them for a couple €100, where instead of Czech crowns, he gave them expired Belarusian rubles that are worth absolutely nothing. And he does that not only with the rubles, but also with Hungarian forints that are also worth very little compared to our currency. And he does that at train stations. So the letter we received is partially right. I do intentionally, I guess I wanted to say on my free time, but it is my job, to a train station when I know a train from abroad is arriving. So I know a train from Berlin is about to arrive, or a train from Budapest. I come to the train station and look who's there, waiting for a train not to leave, but to greet tourists with his open arms. Now, to have his balls, his brains, to seek up a lawyer and say, write to these two YouTubers and tell them to pull my face off their videos because I don't want to be there. Well, tough luck. Our law does allow to show your face if you're committing a crime, and we're doing it for the public good. And I believe the public good is that if you're a foreigner arriving to Prague and there's a fine gentleman smiling at you, willing to help you, and you're like, wait, I know that face. I know that face from the Honest Guide videos. You can just say, thank you, but I know what you do. Keep on waiting for your train. Yannick will be here momentarily. So we know what this guy does. Believe it or not, he even supplies other members of these scammers from Bulgaria and Romania with the expired money. We have published, we have filmed that multiple times, but one thing remained a secret, a mystery about him, and that is his backpack. Forget about his face. His face is not important, nor his name, but the backpack. If you arrive on a train, you see that backpack, you know the scammer is ready to cheat you. But what is in the backpack? Is there more money? Is there a brick? Is there some what? Well, I never found out, but Honza did. He uses the backpack to hit people, and Honza found out the hard way.
A proszę mi udzielasz fotki.
A to ja muszę?
Wiem to ty wreszcie bany ty co? Ty ty
Si
jedna.
děláte legraci?
Ty
Děláte tak asi zavoláme policajty, ne?
A zawołaj
Jste
kurwa,
se
dawaj.
asi úplně zbláznil.
Wolaj policaj. Nie muszę tady być na nadraży?
Můžete? Já neříkám, že tady běháte, ale nemůžete mě mlátit, jste normální.
Jedna ty.
And no, this was not a unique occasion when he used his backpack as a weapon against someone. The other time it was with our colleague that helps us to film these scammers at train station, which is Wojta. And Wojta was also attacked by this Polish guy with his backpack.
A ty kim jesteś?
Co?
Ja ciebie znam. Ty Polakiem.
A co chcesz?
Ruble.
Włącz ty
Hej,
kurwa ty.
prodaj ruble.
Włącz
Pro.
ty jedna ty.
Ani hovno.
Co chcesz?
Co, ruble? Daj ruble. Masz ruble? Masz je u
Jesteś
sebe?
normalny? Ty!
Co na mnie mlacisz?
Ty,
Nie będziesz mnie mlacić, vole!
Now at this point, it shouldn't be him who's gonna threaten us with a court for showing his face. Maybe it should be us, because he is physically assaulting us with a backpack. But not really our style. We did call cops on him a couple times, but mainly our focus is so he doesn't cheat any tourists. If we're in the way, well, tough luck, it's our fault, I guess. But we will keep on publishing his actions and his face. This, by the way, is very recent, and the guy that took the picture sent it to me and said, look, here's the Polish guy, and he just exchanged money with a tourist, and the tourist is the guy in the middle, right? Because the guy who sent the picture didn't really know. Well, guess what? The guy in the middle is the only scammer we ever got in front of a court, the scammer Billy. I met him a couple months ago and he goes like, Rubesh, because of you I had to find a job. Bullshit. So no, the guy in the white in this picture is not a cheated tourist, but is actually his accomplice, another scammer, and they were exchanging money, or better, he was giving him money because the Polish guy supplies the other scammers with these expired Belarusian rubles. Honza had a great question from behind the camera. If there's any other scammer that took legal action against us for filming him, no. This was the only guy who had the brains to do it, but he did not succeed. Maybe, though, we should turn the situation around. Maybe we should not file a lawsuit against the scammers. I mean, they will keep on doing this, but against people who are so incompetent to solve the issue, which in this case would be the city hall. I mean, they have the budget to solve it. All you need is like 4 security guards at certain locations that we've been talking about for a decade. But I guess the city or the city officials are enjoying to watch these videos. They have a laugh about it. They open their little popcorn. They're like, hey, it's that idiot with glasses showing scammers in the city. How about we solve it? Nah, it's more fun to watch. That's exactly how I imagine the official who's responsible for this. I don't even know who he is. Now, at one point, Honza asks the scammer, weren't you supposed to retire? And he asks that because he mentioned multiple times to Honza, to me, to other people, that he will retire from scamming. How crazy that may sound.
Za 5 miesięcy mam dochód, tak budu w Polsce.
But he never did. He keeps on scamming. And he really gave Honza some beating, man. I'd never believe I'd say that on an Honest Guy video. Hey, remember that one time Honza got a beating from his scammer? To be fair, we both have the same reaction when they start to beat us because Honza receives the hit from the back and goes, well, I guess we're gonna call the police. And I had the exact same reaction when I got kicked by the scammer, whenever that was, and he just kicked me and I was like, well, I guess we're gonna call police. And it was like a scene from Simpsons because I turned to the right and there was a cop next to me. I was like, oh, well, I guess it's my luck.
Budeš na mě šahat?
Já to teď budu šahat.
Budeš na mě šahat? Budeš do mě kopat, jo? Tak to asi zavoláme policii teda. Tak to bylo docela štěstí, jo.
People threatening to sue us, people suing us. There's been a lot of that lately, and there's much more in our archives. If you're interested, Honza is still pushing me to read all the police files where I was reporting criminals to the police, and that's some fun read. He always wants me to do like a live stream with that. Maybe if you guys will want it, we can try it one day, but you're mainly on this channel, I hope, to see the beauties of Prague, of our city, that we are lucky enough to call home. So if you're here for that, make sure to subscribe, and I'll see you next week with some other beautiful restaurants like that one that you should visit when you come. And I'll see you here in Prague or on our channel next week. Bye-bye. And a Czech word at the end is how to say warning. In Czech, it's varování. Varování is warning. I warn you, you'd say varuji vás.
And I don't believe he will ever stop behaving the way he does. But regardless, yeah, like I said, one of the main reasons I decided to do this stream is to come out about all of this because I can't hold on to it any longer because it feels wrong to do so. And an honorable mention reason for why I'm doing this is that for a while, he has been indirectly threatening me through my friends and people that I work with. They've informed me that he said that if I ever talked about anything he did, he would try to create a smear campaign against me in retaliation. I was told that he even approached other streamers who were close with us back when we lived together, asking them if they would join with him, and they all refused. At TwitchCon, he approached one of my employees, threatening them and saying if I ever talked about him, he would destroy me.
Yep.
Multiple people have told me that his plan was to claim that I kill animals and that I killed my own rabbits, since I had several of my rabbits pass away over the course of 3 years while I lived with him. I'm sure he's probably listening now, and it's probably going to come as quite a shock to him that this information made its way back to me and that I've known for months. But if you try to threaten me to stay quiet, especially using my poor dead animals, I'm not going to stay quiet.
It's nuts.
Okay. So now that I've explained all the reasons why this took so long and why I made the decision to do this stream, I have a few more things I would like to get out of the way before I start talking about all of this.
It's not about me.
The way that I'm going to do this today is I'm going to run through everything from the beginning to the end to try to get across the story as accurately and fully as I can. And, hold on. hold on.
Wrong one.
I'm also
Oh.
going to be showing a few screenshots validating what I'm saying. I have more things, but this is what I felt comfortable using today. And I will be running through those later.
Receipts, of course.
Another thing that I'd like to mention before I start is that during my statement, I'm going to be mentioning directly the names of about half a dozen other creators who were present for certain things. And I want to say that none of these people did anything wrong. I'm just saying that they were there, and I've asked all of them permission. They all said that it was fine to include their names, but I know this won't stop everyone, but I ask people, for the streamers that I mentioned, please don't go bothering them or asking them for more information. If there's something else that they want to say, they'll say it themselves, so there's no point to go pester them and bother them about it. There are also streamers who gave me permission to share things that they relayed to me privately, but asked me to redact their names, which I, of course, did. And the last thing that I want to make clear is that not every person that I interact with or that I'm friends with knew the extent of all of these things. And in fact, most of them didn't. And some of them didn't even know anything at all. I tried to keep things private with my close friends. But if anyone during the past year ever approached me asking questions, I didn't lie and I told them the truth. But yeah, I don't want there to be some kind of witch hunt like, oh, you know, you knew and this, no. A lot of people, you know, didn't know everything or didn't know anything. Okay. I think that's
I'll talk about my
all that I have to get out of the way.
in the context of like things that she says after, but not right now.
So, this is public information. I initially moved in. Sorry, I'm still sick, like I said.
Mm-hmm.
This is all public, obviously this part. I moved in with him, I believe it was the end of 2021, because he offered. I was living alone at the time, and I was having stalker issues in Kansas, and I mean, you guys know like all the stuff that happened there. I ended up joining the org and everything. We did a lot of streams together. And, I mean, a lot of people already know this, but I'm just gonna come out and say it. We started dating. We were in a relationship starting January 2022, after I joined OTK. I'm not planning to go into too much detail about the start of the relationship because it honestly doesn't really matter at this point. It's irrelevant now. The only things that really matter that you guys need to know for the story are that it was, one, an extremely private relationship. It was even hidden from friends and people in the org, but I mean, obviously people all eventually figured out they're not fucking stupid. And second, it was an extremely codependent relationship, which it's not the issue, but that's just, you know, making that clear for details. He initially portrayed himself to me as someone who was very nice to girls and wanted to help me feel safe from stalkers and wanted me to succeed as a teammate. And we grew very close over time, and I was very dependent on him for feelings of safety, social life, like my stream, my job, everything. So yeah, besides it being a very codependent relationship, the start of it was fine. I saw a lot of people mentioning this. They thought this was what I was going to talk about. It's not a secret. I think everyone who paid attention knew that he was very controlling over what I wore, to a degree, who I was friends with, and even when I would stream.
Yep.
So, when it was definitely slow over time that bad things started happening. at the start, it would be things like, for example, he would throw bottles, like plastic bottles with liquid in it, not like glass bottles, at me, despite me telling him like I didn't like it and it scared me and I bruised very easily. He would throw his phone at me. I would tell him, you know, it scared me, I don't like it. And one time it even hit me in the eye, which caused me to get a black eye, but he always, you know, was like, oh, it's an accident. And I was like, oh yeah, it's an accident. Like, you know, of course I'm not gonna think that, you know, he's, yeah, I just.
This is the beginning, by the way.
At the time, I just kind of was, you know, I just brushed it off. And looking back now, I feel like that was kind of the start of him testing my boundaries, if that makes sense. So that was already kind of starting to show signs within the first 6 months of me and him being close. And then, again, a very public situation. The end of 2022, the cover-up allegations happened. I mean, yeah, like I said, all that's public. You can find all that, see like what I said during that, everything. After that happened, his behavior started getting a lot worse, which, I mean, I suppose it makes sense. You know, he was very stressed. A lot of stuff was happening, but the bad behavior was ramping up, and I feel like it's so apparent if, like, you know, you go back and watch anything from that time. I tried so hard to help him and be there for him because I really believed in him, and I wanted him to, you know, get better and get back on his feet and be the person that, you know, I always believed that he was. But that unfortunately did not really happen. For a long time, I think about 1.5 years from when that all happened, it was kind of like slow things getting worse. But I mean, honestly, I'm not even gonna bother going into the details of all of that because there's just too much to cover, and
yeah.
It's honestly kind of not really relevant to the rest of what I'm saying because the rest of what I want to say is a lot worse.
It's a 24-hour stream.
There was a point where things really took a turn for the worst. Like, it felt like, you know, like a very delicate branch just kind of snapped. So, and again, a lot of people are like vaguely aware of this, but I'll explain it for people who aren't, you know, chronically tapped into all that stuff. So for a long time,
This is after Maya.
after the like cover-up allegations happened, and he was like starting to kind of struggle on his stream.
Yeah.
He never wanted to stream at the same time as me. Like, we really avoided it. And to me at the time, it made sense because, you know, I was like, well, of course, like, you know, we share a lot of community members. If
Seems
we're live
reasonable.
at separate times, we're both going to perform better. You know, it makes sense. But, yeah, we were never really live doing the same thing at the same time for a long time, with the exception of, like, things like events or sponsors or, like, you know, just special things. For a very long time. And a lot of you guys probably noticed that I would only usually stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. That was because of him. And now I stream whenever I want. But the first time that we ever streamed at the same time was for the 2024 Rust Kingdoms event on Twitch.
Jesus Christ.
We were sharing drops.
This is so ridiculous.
It was the first time in a very the 2024 Rust Kingdoms event on Twitch.
Jesus Christ.
We were sharing drops.
This is so ridiculous.
It was the first time in a very long time that we were both going to be live at the same time doing the same thing.
People even saw
They're
this.
Probably like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? But it'll make sense in a bit. So I'm live.
Sharing drops.
He's
Drops for
live.
the
We're
Rust
both
event.
Streaming, and like I said, you can go find all of this. This is public. There
Online.
are clips of
Yeah.
this. We're both streaming the Rust event, and I thought it was going really well. I thought everyone was having fun. I was like, oh, this is great. Everyone's, you know, doing the same thing at the same time. We're all hanging out. You know, we're gonna have fun. Like, I was really, really excited. And then I start seeing in my chat people start saying unofficial Ms. Raid, and I'm like, what does that mean? And then I check my Discord messages, and he's messaging me. He's saying like, Emmy, you know, I'm gonna kill myself. I waited, or I'm gonna KMS. I waited so long for this, etc. Basically he was upset because I had higher viewership than him. That's literally it. I had higher viewership than him. And like I said, this is during an event, so there were drops. Like, everyone knows when there's drops, like, it's not even fucking real, but yeah. He starts messaging me, he's really upset. I tried to tell him, I was like, bro, you should come back and play. Everyone's having fun. Everyone's like wondering where you are. But yeah, he ended his stream. And then I'm still live, you know, trying to act like nothing's wrong. And in that house,
Messaging her
I
while
had a
she's
glass
live.
door, so I could like see this was happening. He was walking behind me, making sure that I knew he was there. And by the way, so there were many ways out of that house if he wanted to leave the house that were closer to his stream room. He intentionally chose the door that was right by my room.
It's actually the most inconvenient door of all the doors that he could have left.
Apparent, at least to me. He starts walking behind my stream and slamming the door so loud that my noise gate can pick it up. So even people on my stream are able to hear this is happening. And he slams it so hard and so many times that the front door literally broke. The lock did not work anymore. It didn't work for months, and it would just make this horrible sound that I would have to hear like every fucking day. But anyway, so I hear him back there doing this, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
There's clips of
So
this,
I tell
by
my
the way.
stream, I'm like, hey, guys, I'll be right back. I get up and I go talk to him, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, Emmy, like, I hate all of you guys. Like, all you guys do is just take from me, and like, I'm just done. Like, I'm just done. And I was like, is this like really happening because of rush drops? And he was like, I don't know what else to do. He was like going off on me, like basically saying that he hated me. And I was like, well, I don't know what to do now. And he was like, go finish your stream so that people don't know anything's wrong. And
That's what matters.
I stop in the bathroom outside my stream room, and I'm like, you know, checking my makeup, trying to make sure people can't tell that I was like crying. And I'm only in there for like 30 seconds, and he comes and like looms in the doorway. He's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, I'm just checking my makeup. So I go back and I stream for a couple hours, finish the stream, do my best to just like, you know, carry on the show basically. And yeah, after that, like I said, was when things started to get really fucking bad. It was like something just snapped. For the rest of the week, he streamed the Rust event. He got all the drop viewers.
She didn't
I'm
stream
sure
at all.
he was very happy. I mean, good for him.
Wow.
And during that time, I obviously was like thinking and processing a lot of what happened. But I mean, it was a lot because this person was at the time like kind of it was like my partner and my best friend and like the only person that like I really talked to ever, or like at least off stream. So I mean, it was just it was a lot. But the very next stream, I went live about a week after that, and I announced that I was planning to move because I knew that I would have to move.
Yep.
So I was like, okay, I have to go live and say this so that, you know, kind of force myself to commit to it, right? Does that make sense? Obviously, I didn't move out right away, but after like all of that Rust stuff happened was when the other domestic abuse stuff really started. He would destroy furniture in front of me. He would throw things in front of me and near me. Destroy walls. Again, you can go see this in some of his VODs in his bedroom, the holes in the wall. There would be times where he was upset at me and I would go to my stream room and literally lock myself in to get away from him, and he would be banging on the door and screaming at me. And at the time, he also would more often do things like going, like if we were driving in the car together, he would be going like
super fast,
150 miles an hour. And like one time he even said like, well, now we're both gonna die, like threatening to kill both of us. And this wasn't like even necessarily because of me or like because of something I did a lot of the time. Like one of the times that it happened, it was because we were just getting food and he was on his phone and he saw that Mr. Beast had put out a video and Mr. Beast had invited another streamer and he was like, oh, Mr. Beast invited this guy to his video. Video, not me. And I was like, oh, well, you know, like, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Which led to him
almost killing.
Put out a video. And Mr. Beast had invited another streamer. And he was like, oh, Mr. Beast invited this guy to his video, not me. And I was like, oh, well, you know, like, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Which led to him
almost killing them.
miles per hour in the car.
Almost killing them.
Killing himself while doing it.
Over a Mr. Beast video.
Then at home, other things would happen. Like I'd be trying to sleep and he would scream at me and say that it was all my fault that he felt insecure there was a time that I walked into a room that he was in, and as soon as he saw me there, he threw his phone at the dresser and started yelling because I had posted a YouTube video within the same couple of days as him, and mine was doing better. So basically, I felt like I was kind of stuck in a loop
so
where
sad,
I felt like
bro.
I had to constantly
It's so sad.
perform and like prove
It's so
my
sad.
value to not be thrown away. But at the same time, if I ever performed too well, I was gonna be punished for it.
Yeah.
And it just felt like a very not be thrown away. But at the same time, if I ever performed too well, I was gonna be punished for it.
Yeah.
And it just felt like a very rough situation to be stuck in because, I mean, streaming is my hobby and my job. Like, it's a huge part of my life.
All of our
Even
friends are
before,
attached to it too.
You know, I met him and became like a larger creator. And I remember thinking all the time how it felt like he hated me, but he still wanted me around for his channel and like his thumbnails and everything.
Yeah.
And this is still before I moved out. There was a time where it was the tension in the house was so unbearable that I would sneak out and I would sneak into Esfan's house using my code. And Esfan didn't know why I was doing this. He saw me a couple times. Sneak out and I would sneak into Esfan's house using my code. And Esfan didn't know why I was doing this. He saw me a couple times. I'd be like, oh, I'm just gonna go take a nap in your guest room. He'd be like, yeah, that's fine. I would sneak into Esfan's house just to have some time of like peace and quiet. But eventually, he figured out where I was going and he would go over to Esfan's house to keep telling me off.
No escape.
And there was a time that he did it, and I was laying in the guest room bed, and one of the roommates in that house had come to see like why I was crying, and they were standing in the corner, and he came in, and he was very physically aggressive. He was like, Emmy, like, what are you doing? Like, angry. And then as soon as he turned and saw this other person
this is really
standing
serious,
there,
yeah.
he instantly like deflated and changed his tone. He was like, oh, Emmy, I was wondering where you were. Like, are you coming home? And that roommate like later asked me about it, and they were like, what the fuck was that? Like, are you okay? And I was just like, oh, it's nothing, because
Unfortunately,
I felt like
happened a lot.
a lot of the reason that I didn't tell the people around me was because I felt like no one would understand, or even if they understood, it would just be a burden to them, because all of our streams and social circles and communities are so intertwined. I was like, maybe it's just better for me to deal with this and like hope things get better, basically.
Yep.
I honestly don't even remember what the final straw was that I finally was like, okay, it's time to go. Like, I prepared the house that I lived in before this one, like, pretty much immediately after the, like, breaking the front door thing happened, but I was still, like, scared and unsure. So I don't remember what the final straw was, but I remember the day I took Cheddar to the house, because he just randomly started like screaming at Cheddar. He was like, get that fucking cat out of my house. So I just
Mad at
grabbed Cheddar
YouTube
and put him in my
views, mad at
car,
Mr. Beast, mad at
grabbed
the
his
cat.
box and took him there, and I just left him there and never took him back to that house.
Hey yo,
And,
fuck Cheddar.
I think,
All my
like,
homies
within
hate
several
Cheddar.
days after that was when I finally moved out.
Who
It was
yells
on
at a
very
cat?
Short notice. Like I said, I don't even remember what the final straw was because so many things happened, but there was a time when I just knew. I called some movers. I said, hey, can you come tomorrow? And they were like, yeah, and then I literally moved the next day. Moving out into the last house that I lived in was a huge step mentally because, like I said, a big part of why I moved into the first house in Texas in the first place was because I felt like it was the safest option for me because,
the stalkers.
you know, I am
Yeah.
a girl where it's like kind of scary for me to be living alone. So it was very hard, and at the time, even though like all these other things had already happened, I was very hopeful that me and him could be cordial and like eventually like things would be fine, at least publicly, like for stream reasons, that, you know, everyone could just keep streaming like nothing had happened. And, you know, at the time I thought that would be the best thing to do, and I felt like
You put your best
if
foot
I,
forward, people
you know,
step on it.
separated myself from him without
That's what happened.
explaining anything, people that watched us wouldn't understand
Yeah.
and would attack me. I was
That's how it is.
yeah, I mean, it ended up happening anyway. So, but yeah. After I moved out, we, like I said, still kept in contact. I had hope that somehow things would get better. He would always beg for me to come back, and he would promise therapy and change and like even talk to other
Surely.
people and like kind of present like, oh, I want to
Things are going to get better this
I
time.
want to be better for Emmy or
This
whatever,
time for
you know?
sure.
There was a short period in October where
This is last
we
year.
had broken up because, I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter now. And when that happened, I honestly felt relieved because I was like, okay, finally, it's like on his terms. So that means he'll be satisfied and he'll be able to say it was his choice, and he'll leave me alone. Because whenever I would try to push for it, it just felt like I couldn't like really sever it, if that makes sense. But I mean, obviously, hence me doing this stream, that was not the end of it. A week after this breakup, he asked to come over to my house and talk for closure. He came to my house, and I was crying like crazy because the emotions were just very high, because I was dealing with a lot of major shifts in my life as a result of me attempting to start to try to distance myself from him. So yeah, we were just talking and I was crying a lot. He started to try to comfort me by hugging me while I was sitting on the couch and holding me really close to him. And when this was happening, we hadn't talked in quite a while, and I'm usually very uncomfortable with being touched a lot by people that I'm not in a relationship with. But I let him hold me while I was crying. And he started kissing me in my face, and I let him do it. I was still sobbing a lot. And then suddenly, he tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hand down my pants. And I screamed. Yeah. And when I screamed, he jumped off me like a cat, like And instead of apologizing or checking if I was okay, he said, "I feel weird now. I feel like I did something wrong. I have to go." And he immediately and like a cat, like. And instead of apologizing or checking if I was okay, he said, "I feel weird now. I feel like I did something wrong. I have to go." And he immediately left my house while I was still crying, without checking if I was okay or anything. And at the time, I was still making excuses for him, and I was still afraid of causing trouble for other streamers around us, or like, you know, making things weird for viewers. I know that probably sounds crazy, but like I just felt this pressure, like I had
This is
to
making me feel weird.
try to keep things together, if that makes sense.
Accommodating a psycho.
Yeah, I felt like I'd cause trouble for so many other people if I ever said anything bad about him, or if I caused rifts in our friend group or streamer group. I tried to stay on good terms with him and hold everything in, and also I still cared about him a lot, and I still at that point had hope that things would get better and that, you know, he would improve. And he'd also always hammer into me.
Have you guys known
how
somebody that this has happened to
he
before?
never physically abused me because he never hit me, and he would coach me and tell me to tell people or other streamers who were asking about it because they were concerned. He would say, tell them that I never hit you. Make sure that they know that I never hit you.
Very normal thing to coach somebody to say.
Around the
Super
same
normal.
time, this was during OnlyFans 2, so I guess like December-ish. He would often message me in the middle of my streams and berate me for things like playing the same class as him in WoW because he thought it would make people think that I was better than him.
So
And again, like I said earlier, I felt like I was stuck in a constant loop where I had to perform well to not be thrown away.
Yeah.
But if I performed too well, I was going to be punished. And I actually wanted to show some of those messages because obviously a lot of these things.
So stupid.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fully read these out
This was OnlyFans too.
because
The second
I
one,
honestly
I mean.
just don't want to read them out, but I feel like I want to show them to like kind of show what I'm saying.
Emmy is better. Emmy
I am
this.
planning to
I can't have anything,
probably
Emmy.
post the VOD of this somewhere, so if you know
You just take.
you want to read
Not
this later,
tank. Just that simple.
that's fine. I
You've
guess.
already played Warrior when I told you.
And again, this was
Now I'm
all
gonna get
happening
compared
while I was live.
non-stop.
You can literally go find the stream and see me trying to deal with this
Don't tank.
while I'm
there it
live in the
is.
middle of a dungeon
Don't dude
trying
me.
to just play the fucking game.
This is about World of Warcraft. Let me handle all the hate.
Oh fuck, I think I...
You just have fun. Such a serious situation. I feel like an asshole laughing, but this is so fucking ridiculous. It's insane, isn't it? Oh my god.
Tank Emmy, do it. Let me handle all the hate, the criticism. The you're worse than Emmys. The Emmy is so much better. The people saying you're better in every chat. The comparisons
no
says nobody will ever be on my side.
He says
Let me
there's
deal
no
with it. You have
boundaries
fun.
with
I
you.
asked you not to become a tank. You didn't listen. And now it's the classic, what was I supposed to do? I'm not dealing with this. And like I said, you can go find the stream.
That's what he said.
But for context, I was playing Warrior in World of Warcraft in like a level 24 dungeon. It was like Silverpine. Like it was just like, it wasn't even like.
You
it was
can't
like
just
dog shit
tank
gameplay, to be
SFK.
honest.
You can't just tank SFK. You can't just do that.
So, yeah. Yeah, yeah, you can
Just pause it, read all
that
that shit
later, I
yourself.
suppose.
Yeah.
If yeah, like I said before, hold on. I was constantly trying so hard to compromise with him because I wanted to be cool and I wanted us to be able to coexist in the same streaming sphere. But I felt like I could never win, and he hated my whole existence, like ever since that one stream where I had like a little bit more viewers than him. And he would say that it was my fault that his stream was dying because most of his viewers liked me, and whenever he hit on another girl, they would be confused or not take it seriously because they knew that me and him were together privately. And he said if he would be able to hit on other girls and convince them that it was real, he would get his career back. That was like, started within the last couple of weeks that we spoke to each other. He started saying terrible things to me about other streamers in Austin. In particular, one specific streamer who, I know there's a lot of people that know he has beef with certain streamers. It was not one of those streamers. It was someone who, to this day, has been nothing but nice to him. He would say horrible things about this person, like about them in their stream, and it was very hard to listen to. And just in general, he would say horrible things about other streamers in Austin, like, I quote, "I hate everyone here. You are all useless to me. You're worthless to me because it does nothing for my stream anymore to collab with any of you."
Oh.
And him saying that was the final straw for me. The day that he said that to me about other people was the first day that I
About
ever,
Austin streamers?
for the first time,
Yeah.
started to ignore his calls and messages. And because of that, he even threatened to come to my house if I didn't answer. But I did end up calling him back, and I spoke to him, and I basically told him that I felt like I could finally see things for what they were. And he started panicking, and he was super apologetic, and he was saying he didn't want to lose me, which wasn't the first time that he like did something like that and was like, you know, basically begging me not to leave. But that was definitely the most extreme time. And again, like I said, I always had the hope that things would be cordial, or that, you know,
And she really
we
tried.
could be fine
You can
with
see.
each other. So
She really
I
tried
agreed,
to
and
like.
we agreed we were gonna talk about all of that. We talked about it about a week later, and instead of apologizing for anything, he basically told me that he realized he needed to go to Japan and LA to get his viewership back up, and he was
Of course.
basically too young to focus on friendships and relationships. And it was I mean, despite everything, like I said, I still cared about him, so it was still hard. And I mean, it was like a mix of feelings, you know, like I was devastated, but I was also so relieved. But because of the past incidents during like other fights and times I would try to separate myself from him, past incidents during those times of him manipulating me into staying close with him and giving him more chances, sexually assaulting me, the abuse, and just him generally not being a very nice person. After that, I decided that the only solution and way for me to move forward, I made the hard decision, but I know now for sure the right one, was to finally completely cut contact with him.
Good call.
I knew it'd be very hard because our careers and our communities were so intertwined, but I knew that I had to do it and that there was no other choice. So
Yep.
I have not spoken to him since January of this year. It's been 10 months. But you think that's the end. It is unfortunately not. I haven't spoken to him since January of this year. It only took a couple of weeks, but soon the messages started. He has attempted to contact me over 40 times individually this year in individual texts, Discord messages, Instagram DMs, and phone calls. And I'm just gonna show those.
40 times.
And at first, it started simple. Be confusing messages or like him expressing he was worried about things. Like, at first it wasn't anything weird.
It's just that you can go through and read all these yourself, but it's just... Bro's got issues. I mean, I've been down bad, but 40 times? That's a lot. That's a lot.
This is not someone who loves or cares about you.
He's trying to get her to be amicable and everything. It's crazy. Surely the 41st time. I'm not going to talk, by the way, about like anything about this beyond what she's going to talk about unless I'm getting mentioned. Just so you guys know. Just out of respect for her privacy. Obviously. I know a lot of you guys want to know more, but that's just what's going to happen. That's why I never said anything. Because I knew this day would come.
This is only things that he sent to me. I can't document all the things that people told me that he was saying. And, it's just kind of a funny side note, I guess. I would like to highlight this message.
Which one?
Because, it doesn't really matter, but I ran it through...
No!
The ChatGPT checker.
No!
And, all the highlights, like
The
I said, it
AI
doesn't really matter.
reader.
I just thought it was interesting.
Who knows, right? It's a mystery.
But, yeah, like I said at first, the messages were just simple things, like, him saying he was worried about things, or saying no one was talking to him, which I don't think was even true at the time. I think he was just saying that to try to guilt me into responding to him. I'm not sure about that, of course. This also extended to in-person interactions, because initially I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through private communication, and, you know, we would be fine going to the same events and parties and such.
Big mistake.
I also had to start... Hold on, I'm still fucking sick. I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through personal, private communication, but I also had to start avoiding going to the same parties or places I was worried he'd be in person. Because this was after
the force
he came
and
back from
interaction,
his first
trip
to Japan. There was a party that I attended several months after I first went into contact with him. I was aware that he would be there, and I thought it'd be fine. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal. I thought I'll just let him have his space. I'll have my space. You know, it's not a big deal. We're adults, right? During this party, I felt like he was following me around and monitoring me, but I thought that I was just being paranoid. I was like, it's probably just in your head. I was hanging out with Nick and Catchy and a couple other friends. And at some point, Nick was like, it's too fucking loud down here. Let's go upstairs. No one's upstairs. Let's just go, chill in a room.
I was not at this
and,
party.
Talk where it's not so loud.
Can you believe that?
And
Actually, I think you probably can.
So they, as a group, went upstairs first without me, but it took me a bit longer to get up there because someone like stopped me and was talking to me. And I did feel like, he was like standing pretty close to that person. I felt like he was watching me, but again, I thought I was just being paranoid.
Mm-hmm.
But I went upstairs. I was hanging out with Nick and Catchy and, our other friends. And then about 30 minutes later, the room that we're in, the door opens. It's Miz. He opens the door, makes eye contact with me, goes, ooh, and then closes the door and leaves. And I was like,
see?
What the fuck?
Wow.
But again, I was still trying my best to, give the benefit of the doubt. Like, maybe it's just like an awkward situation or something. But a couple months later, the person that he was hanging out with that night reached out to me privately and was apologizing. And I was like, why? And they're like, I just felt like I had to apologize to you because I felt so bad and so embarrassed of what was going on. Like, yes, he wanted to see what you were doing. He was saying, like, I want to go see what's upstairs, and he was checking every room. And then after he opened the room that you were in with Nick,
come on,
he closed the door and started laughing. And then he just wanted to talk about, how you guys broke up for the next, like, however many hours of the night.
I wonder why.
So I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next.
That's good to know, I guess. The next story that I want to tell involves what happened to me, Valkyrie, and Cinna earlier this year when we were attacked at the Santa Monica Pier. Because that was obviously...
Remember that?
Hold on, let me close all these fucking texts. I don't want to look at them. They're still on my desktop.
Whispers from a demon.
Where was I? Yeah, so, it happened March 3rd of this year. A lot of people were talking about it, talking about how me, Ray, and Cinna were attacked. Which was not an issue. Like, we had no issue with that. Like, obviously, it's big news. People are going to talk about it. It should be talked about. We had, like, no issues with anyone talking about it and covering it, and that included him. I was fine with that. He joined in on that whole thing of people going live to talk about it. And again, I'd like to remind people at this point, we were already a couple months into me being no contact with him, making it clear I didn't want anything to do with him. And so during this stream, he was covering what happened to me, Ray, and Cinna. He decided that he was going to tell more of my personal stalker stories that I've never personally talked about or shared publicly myself.
And I wonder why.
And one of these stories was one that, like, no one knew at all, and, like, it just felt so shitty because at the time that those things happened,
you never talk about this shit.
Like, all the people that lived in that area together, we all came together and we all kind of decided, and this was heavily pushed by him, we should never talk about this because, people are going to be weird. It puts Emmy in more danger, and, it gives people ideas, so we're never going to talk about it. But, of course, as soon as there's some big drama that he's not involved in, and he finds a way to, bring up, oh, I was there for something that happened to Emmy.
He's trying to.
He does it.
You see what's going on?
He was on a stream.
I was trying to save her. I was trying to help her.
And I caught wind of it. And by the way, it was also so frustrating not say anything at this time because the way he told those stories, he kind of framed himself as like the hero.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, I held the stalker at gunpoint. No. The only person who ever came into contact face to face with that stalker before the police came was Bonnie. Bonnie is the person who found that guy outside,
Fucking
went
Bonnie.
inside, told everyone, called the police. The police came. All Miz did was he stood far away from the front door, behind glass and metal, with a gun. Yeah, I mean, I understand. Still very scary, but why are you acting like you, like, if anyone deserves credit for that, it's Bonnie. Like, it's literally stolen valor. I'm so glad I finally get to say that because she is the one who, like, kept everyone in those two houses safe, not him. Anyway, back to the original thing, the Ray and Cinna stuff. I was obviously panicking. Like, I just had this horrible thing happen to me the night before. It was like huge, like public, millions of people seeing it. And then my crazy ex-boyfriend is going live talking about more of my personal stuff.
Without asking her.
And I'm like crying, and Cinna and Ray are like what's wrong? And I tell them, and I'm like panicking. I'm like, I need to call so-and-so, I need to call so-and-so, I need to call so-and-so. Like these different people that I was like, they can contact him because I did not want to contact him. So Ray, Cinna, some of me and Miz's mutual business partners, and Asmongold were all messaging him to stop. And by the way,
I will elaborate on this later.
Asmongold told me that he tried to call
she's gonna
Miz
say
while
it.
he was talking, and he was talking, and it rang three times.
Two or
and
three
then
times.
Hung up.
And then
Which
I hung.
means that he saw it.
That's
and
right.
He
Because I called him
wanted to be able to
twice.
keep talking
I tried to call him
because,
2 times.
Yeah.
One of them it rang like 2 or 3 times. The other one it did
So,
like 10.
A little note.
I'm not
I
saying
don't
he didn't
know
see
exactly
it,
what, like,
but
the
that's
other
crazy,
people
right?
Said to him, but Ray and Cinna told me that they were messaging him, being like, "Bro, like, stop! What are you doing?"
I finally did get in
Why
contact
are
with
you
him and told him
doing
to stop.
this? And he
That's
was
why he went
messaging
offline
them
that day.
Who were also equally as traumatized as me, of course. They had gone through the same thing. Oh, what am I doing wrong? I'm letting people know what, girls go through.
You go back and see the VOD.
Was that your job?
Interrupted my fucking
anyway,
stream for this shit. For that
Yeah, that all
psycho.
happened a couple of months into me being no contact
Just
with
so he
him.
could, fucking
And
virtue
he was arguing
signal.
with Ray and Cinna while they're trying to be like,
Well, I'm
"Oh,
trying to protect
stop,
them."
Like, you're making it worse.
Fuck out of here.
He finished talking about my stuff and then reacted to Cinna and Ray's whole stream where they were crying, addressing their communities, made sure to react to that, and then immediately went offline. So yeah, that was a terrible weekend. I got threatened to be stabbed, and then the next day, my weird ex was going live trying to self-insert so that he could make sure to farm his own clips.
And viewers. To get viewers, by the way.
After that incident, his attempts to talk to me only ramped up, which I showed those texts. We went back to Japan, and during that trip, he was texting, calling me, trying to call me quite a lot, begging me to take him back. And at the same time, I heard that he was reaching out to quite a few other streamers who know both of us. And he was crying to them about how he wanted to get back together and how he thought someday we would reconnect and eventually get married. I think
Totally
I
normal.
don't think he even meant that, but I hope not. But I assume he did that with the hope that they would relay the messages back to me since I wasn't talking to him. And I mean, some of them did. I also had a couple
I was
other
not one of
streamers
those
report
people.
to me that he would obsessively watch my stream and not in a like, oh, I wonder what Emmy's doing right now way, or like having my stream open. Like, he would be obsessively and attentively hate watching my stream, like watching my stream and just saying horrible things almost every time that I've been live this year. And they tell me that he would want to discuss how he believed I still wanted him.
Of course.
Interesting, considering I never replied. And he would ask other guys if they thought I had slept with anyone this year. They'd be like, I don't fucking know, man. And then they told me he would say stuff like, no, there's no way she's done that. She's not like that. And she's probably waiting for me. Just really fucking gross stuff like that. And a couple of streamers in LA also told me that he was telling people that me and him still talk all the time, but we simply weren't together anymore.
All about appearances.
I was too mature, and I was not ready. I was too immature.
Emmy was too immature.
But
of
yeah,
course.
You couldn't see from the messages I showed.
I mean, she didn't even break a
I'm
hole
not
in a
sure
wall.
if, like, I mean, people can go back and read them.
How can you be ready to be married if you're not ready to punch a hole in a wall?
Begging me to take him back for the majority of this year, which was 7 or 8 months total. And like I said, some of those messages were even, I believe, ChatGPT. Not that it really matters. It's just interesting.
Very
right?
interesting.
As of today, it's been about 2 months since he has attempted to contact me directly. I think because about 2 months ago was when he started kind of getting scared that I might have been, like, you know, telling people things.
Mm-hmm.
Which, again, I wasn't going on my way to do it, but if anyone ever asked me, I wasn't going to lie to them. I mentioned this at the beginning before I started, like, fully telling the story. I heard from my friends, other streamers, and my employees that he had cooked up a plot that if I ever tried to talk about him, like about the abuse or anything else, he would try to go live and say that I killed my rabbits.
I have a story about this afterwards.
And I was told that he approached several streamers who are around us a lot.
He didn't
when
approach
we lived
me.
Together, and asked if they would basically back him up, and they refused.
Never approach me.
Obviously, they're not insane.
Never talk to me
and-
about a single thing about this.
Even something happened this weekend at TwitchCon. One of my employees told me he went up to them and he threatened them, saying, if Emmy ever tries to talk about me, I will destroy her. Whatever that means.
Whatever that means.
And within the same night, he also texted one of my best friends, and he would have known that I would have been with this girl. He texted her saying, hey, worried about her, hope she's okay. You know, right after he just said to my employee and other people that he was gonna try to destroy my life. Yeah, all in the same night. And, yeah, that was Saturday, so that pretty much leads us to today. I feel like it's clear I've spent the last year of my life cutting him off and building a new life with people that actually care about me.
Wow.
And doing my best to move on peacefully without causing any drama. I did not want to do this. A lot of other creators actually told me that after his other allegations in 2022, if I wasn't the first person to stand up for him and start appearing on his channel again, they do not think that they would have gone back to helping him with his content. So,
Just like the guilt, you know?
So, I always tried to keep things private, always tried to make things better, had hope that things would get better, you know, tried to be supportive, and my thanks that I got for all of that was abuse and resentment, and for all of 2025, all of this year, harassment and hatred from him and his community, while he was the whole time secretly begging for me to take him back behind the scenes. I've taken a lot of steps already, as I said, it's apparent. I've taken a lot of steps to restructure my life and be a lot more careful about who I help
Isn't
and who
that
I invest
insane?
my time and my care into.
This is supposed to be like
I'm
streaming
doing a
video
lot better
games.
now, but I felt like this was a necessary stream because, like I said at the very beginning, I have heard that he has done things to other people that aligned with some of my own experiences, so I felt like it would be wrong for me to keep holding on to all this information. I know I stayed for way too long, and I thought that I could help, and I unfortunately learned that I couldn't, but I worked really hard to have the life that I have now with my friends, my family, my pets, and my community, and I'm so grateful for how things are now. It was very difficult, but I'm very proud of myself for making the choices that I did to end up where I am now. And yeah, that's my story of dealing with abuse, psychological and domestic abuse, sexual assault, and stalking, and being threatened on if, you know, I ever talked about it. And this whole time, it's been kind of hidden in plain sight away from hundreds of thousands of people.
Yep.
And, yeah. I know that me saying all of this probably isn't gonna make him or what's left of his community leave me alone. But sorry, voice crack. I know talking about this probably won't make him or, sorry, probably won't make him or what remains of his community leave me alone, but I'm at least glad that people will be aware of all of this now and I won't have to feel like I'm hiding a terrible dark secret anymore. And it's all out there now. And I also want to make it clear that not everyone that I interact with or that I'm friends with knew the extent of the things that were happening. And a lot of streamers didn't really know anything at all, but I mean, like I said before, people aren't stupid. I think it's pretty clear that a lot of people knew that things were happening, and like I said, you have to remember, it's not just me. A lot of people have told me that they have their own, you know, grievances.
Oh, this is it.
Context. Emiru exposed how Miskiff was abusive and controlling
With him.
Oh, yeah.
But for the people who did know about this, thank you for being there for me through all of this and supporting me and cheering me on. And there were a lot of people as well who, even though they didn't know anything, without asking any questions, they still were very kind and supportive, and I will always remember that for the rest of my life. I also want to say, just so people know, that I'm not just trying to like put this out there and then, you know, I am already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both Texas and California.
Thank God.
And I also wanted to say that I would not be surprised if he tries to sue me for this stream that I did today and for coming out about him.
Of course.
Not because he thinks that he would win, but for PR reasons, like a slap lawsuit. It'd be interesting if that happened, and I wouldn't be opposed to people finding out more of the truth and things that I didn't even talk about today, and what else he's been lying about. And I'm sure there's also plenty of things that even I don't know about. And yeah, there's more things that I didn't even talk about today, but I'm hoping that now that I have this out, this is the last time I ever have to
Discovery's
talk about it.
a bitch.
I can be like, okay, I got it out there. I'm not withholding this anymore. It's out there. And yeah. I guess that's pretty much it. Definitely not
What a day.
how I would have liked to spend my Saturday.
Oh, it's Saturday. I thought it was like Wednesday.
I would have loved to go to karaoke with my friends or something like that instead. All people like karaoke, right, guys?
Yep.
yeah, I think that's it. I'm probably gonna take some time off. I'm not sure. Like, I genuinely have no idea what the response to this all is gonna be like. I really just wanna, like I said, do my best to move on from this, because I've already been doing that for a year. Like I said, I feel like that's pretty clear. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys for today. I asked my editor if he would put this on YouTube for if you guys want to look at, you know, any of the things that I shared today. But like I said, all of the streams that I referred to today are public. You can easily find them. And all the people that I mentioned today gave me permission to mention them. Except I think I mentioned Mr. Beast, oops, but I mean, he's not involved.
Jimmy will be fine.
Yeah.
Jimmy's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I never thought that I would be doing this stream, so it feels really weird to have done it, and it's over now. Yeah, well, now you guys know everything, and all the things I've been holding in for the past couple years.
Damn.
So yeah, thank you guys for listening. Hopefully I'll be able to keep giving updates on the TwitchCon stuff, but I'm hoping to put this other chapter behind me. And like I said, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I feel very confident that this was the right thing to do, and I don't regret any of it. Thank you guys. I'm gonna go spend time with my friends, and hopefully I will see you guys all very soon. Thank you for everything.
What a day. Well,
Yep, I guess that's it. See you guys when I see you. Goodbye.
It's sad. It really is. You know, like, I don't want to elaborate on any other further things about this. I can kind of talk to the extent that I knew about it a little bit, but I don't want to kind of go and, you know, turn this into like a, you know, continuation. But I can talk about kind of what happened. I guess the first thing I can talk about is the pier, which is the thing that I got mentioned with, which is, I was starting my stream, it was the beginning of my stream. I remember I was like, I don't know, like maybe an hour into my stream or something like that. I got a call from Emaru, and I was like, what the fuck? And this was like the day after the pier thing had happened, and I saw that Mizkif had gone live earlier in the day. He almost never does that. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, oh, maybe he went live to farm viewers and talk about this, right? But then she calls me and she's crying, and Ray and Cinna and one of their managers is there too, and I'm talking to all four of them. And this is, I muted the stream, and this is why, by the way, I haven't reacted to any Miz clips in the last like 6 months. I haven't talked about Miz in the last 6 months. I haven't had anything to do with him like a year. This is the reason. And so I've scrolled past every clip, I haven't talked about anything. And so I call him the first time, and it rings like 2 or 3 times. Nothing happens. Immediately, sorry, it hangs up, and I'm like, okay, well, whatever. I call again. Because, like, you know, sometimes, like, oh, it's just a random call. But, like, usually if somebody calls you 2 times in a row, it's like, okay, this is serious, right? And so then I call him again, and the rings were like, you know, there's like 3, and then the other one was like 7 or 8. So like I don't know this happened, right? Obviously I don't know this happened. But I think he either, like, I don't even know if he had the phone, right? But I think that whoever had the phone saw the call and chose to decline it. I think that's what happened. I don't know if that's what happened. So yeah, that's what I think. And so, but then I called him later on, and he said he's freaking out, and I explained, I was like, okay, well, this is why, and this is what happened, and this is the reason, and, you know, he's fucking you know, obviously I knew more about this than he thought that I knew with this situation, because Amy had called me and I had to explain it to him, but like I didn't want to involve myself in this either, because like this is like, I knew she was like no contact with him, and at this point pretty much everybody in the org, at least not everybody, but a lot of people were starting to like get this vibe with him. But and this is also another thing, is that a lot of the people that have collaborated with Ms. don't know anything about this. They didn't know anything about this, and it was explicitly hidden as much as possible in order to make sure that nobody knew about it in any capacity by them, because they didn't want any of this to get out at all. And so does, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna get into the specifics, right? Hidden by who? Well, Ms. and Emmy. I mean, Emmy was afraid that if the information got out, and Ms. made her afraid if the information got out, that it would negatively affect Ms. in multiple ways, and so he didn't want that to happen. That's more of their interpersonal stuff, and that's what she said on stream, and so I'm not going to elaborate beyond that. There is, of course, elaboration, but there's, as I said, I'm not going to, this isn't like an encore where I'm going to like further explain why she did or didn't do something, because it's just that, as I said, I said at the beginning, right? I said it, you know, a while ago, it's like, it will be bad, and it's not my story to tell, and I think you guys can see why now. I apologize for two things, for vague posting about it and saying that. And I also apologize for platforming him, right? I mean, the truth is I couldn't have known, I didn't know any of this whenever I met him. Whenever we started OTK together, I had no idea. And when I did realize, you can see kind of the way that I dealt with it and everything, and it's just like in stream, like this is the reason why I fucking like when Ludwig had that clip about like 95% of streamers I'm gonna talk to again, I was like, oh, yes, bro, like, yes, you shall, right? Like, the thing that happened in 2022 was kind of like the beginning of the end for me, with like being friends with any streamers or anything like that. And I have like a very small circle now of people that I'm close with. And is it true he lies about being part of OTK? Close with. And is it true he lies about being part of OTK? I'm not going to answer that. It really, like, and I just, I would love to answer that, but I'm not going to answer that. And also, and I think that, like, again, with that, there are people that can answer that, and those people are not me. And I will say again that this is not the end. And from things that I've heard, I'm trying to think, like, I don't know. a lot of times I think, and it's like, if I could go back, would I undo all of it? And it's like there's a huge part of me that feels like I should have, right? I should have never done any of this at all, because it's just led to so much trauma and stress and like just fuck, man, like you can't foresee things. I mean, I live very far away from them. I was very separated from their everyday life. I didn't know any of this, and the time that I did, I did everything that I could to, you know, fucking make sure that this stuff didn't get worse, right? And it's not your fault. Yeah, and also it's really not about me. The truth of the matter is, the irony of all of this is that I've heard Mizkif has done things privately and to other people that have made me look bad, but Mizkif has never actually explicitly done anything really bad to me. Never. He's never really, like, he's made jokes maybe once or twice, but like he's actually never really done anything to me. And so, like, I don't know, like, but I would say more, right? I would say more, but I just don't really think that I don't really think that it's appropriate for me to say more and elaborate on more.
Welcome back to a series so sparky. Welcome back to a series so sparky. Even Luxray subscribed. In today's video, Hassan's chatters are explaining to him that he's a very unlikable person. He is not happy. Hassan is now claiming that his fans are not actually harassing Jellywig's girlfriend, Cutie. People have proven he is lying once again, and it's definitely unhinged Hassan fans. The drama has escalated further, and Cutie is being harassed again by Hassan fans for being friends with the FaZe guys or anyone else who makes edgy jokes. She has responded. Ethan is calling out the man without a spine, Jellywig. XUC has also responded, cooking Ludwig for trying to expose him. Streamer M
XQC is probably the single biggest person who is driving the Collargate drama on Twitch, right?
Well, fuck you, Ludwig. Fuck you. You act like I don't exist. I hate this guy. I fucking hate him, bro. I hate this bitch. What do you mean? To be fair, right? I mean, to be fair, like, I'm mainly joking around about it. Like, I don't even know whether this shit happened or not. Like, I mean, to be fair, I mean, I joking around, but, like, actually, honestly, I've just really been watching this shit happen. Say my name.
You know what XQC says to me at TwitchCon?
What does he say?
He goes, I don't give a fuck if he abuses the dog. I don't give a fuck if he's a shot caller. He calls himself, when he's investigating what's happening, the debunker. He has an alter ego called the debunker. I think he finds genuine joy in flaming the drama. He's a chaotic, evil human.
Just relax, man. Just relax. Like, chill out. It's not that big of a deal. Like, damn. Damn, man. Like, wow.
And seeing whatever smolders remain after he's done with his mess. Yeah, there's no genuine care behind. It's not. X not sitting there seeing a fucking injured bird on a walk, going, "Oh, motherfucker, I gotta handle."
You gonna stomp it out? Tell him.
It's not like a
say he gonna stomp it out. You imagine X, you see, oh, bro, like I'm gonna naturally select your ass right now. Just stomp that bird out. Crash out, yes.
Saying it is the deep. He has the same alter ego that Dream does when Dream investigates himself. He literally calls himself the debunker.
The debunker.
So like this is the reality.
I don't know why this is so hard for some people to understand is that you got people like XQC, for example, that one of the things that they don't like is the fact that you have people that are lying about something in plain sight. Like, I kind of have the same outlook on it, right? I think if somebody wants to shock their dog, like, I don't necessarily think that that is a very like that's a nice thing to do to a dog. Like, I don't think that like it's nice for you to shock your dog, but at the same time, it's also like not really the end of the world to me either, right? I mean, like, obviously I'm not gonna fucking cry a river over this. I mean, these things are illegal. It's abuse. Well, I mean, like, even if you say it's abuse, like I okay, that's fine. Maybe he shouldn't have done it, but like I'm not emotionally outraged in the same way that I would be with like that sexual assault stuff like earlier, right? Like, I mean, I would not be on that level of it. So yeah. And anyway, it's just still weird, right? But it's the lying about it, the gaslighting, and then the weird conglomeration of like orbiters that come together in order to rationalize it happening. I think that's really where the problem is. That's where people get fucking agitated, right? That's where it's happening. And so yeah, that's it.
There's not a lot of genuineness there. But there are people who do genuinely care, who are his viewers or whatever involved in it.
Yeah. Yeah, and so he trying to say, where is this again?
Finds genuine joy in flaming the drama. He's a chaotic, evil human.
I feel like I deserve this. If anybody deserves this label, it's me. Like, I'm the one that, I am the progenitor of all of this. Really, like, I don't understand why, and I think maybe people don't want to say it about me because they know I make a YouTube video about them or whatever, but like, if usually a lot of bad things people say about me, I disagree with them. I'm like, yeah, yeah, you know how it is. And that's it, chaotic neutral. But, so humble, well, no, I would rather people see it that way, right? But, you know, that's just how it is. XUC's girlfriend even talking about this here, too.
I mean, yeah, it's good to know then. To be aware of that kind of person, but that was not the context in which Felix was talking about not caring. He was talking about, and this is just from me listening in, not caring about ruining like.
Let me turn it up real quick. Let me turn it up. Sorry about this. I'm gonna just make sure it's turned up because it is a little bit quiet.
I mean, yeah. It's good to know then, to be aware of that kind of.
She's a girl, so she's not loud. That was not
the context in which Felix was talking about not caring. He was talking about.
Unless you're Nina, but we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Not caring about ruining like his life, you know.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he cared. He doesn't care.
It's his caretaker?
Not
Wait, it's not his girlfriend, it's his caretaker.
That's the only thing that's invested him to begin
with.
Is that he didn't care about like hyper just hating on Hassan.
No, it's just like that's always been like that's always been the drama and the shit. Like, people always make this shit up and make into it. And yeah, his caretaker streams, no, it's just spit out. No, I mean, it's hard. I mean, like, because the thing is that you got to understand that a lot of people, and this is what they do, right? This is what they do. Listen to this.
to being the last stream we were talking about content online, and I was talking about streamers. I said, like, yeah, there are some streamers that just, like, they give me the wrong vibe. Or, like, there are some streamers I just, like, I don't know, man. Or, like, I have my opinions on it, but, like, people aren't ready for it. I will say, Ludwig's definitely one of them. Where Ludwig kind of always gave me, like, sociopath vibes. Like,
you see, this is what they do, bro. This is what they do. The moment that, like, you step off of the way that they think, they will go and, you know, call you a sociopath, lie about you, say, oh, I always had negative vibes about you. This is, and I hope that more people like Ludwig and more normal, rational people see that this community of these, like, hyper radical, super politicized, like, psycho, socialist, leftist freaks, you don't want to be anywhere around them. You don't want to have anything to do with them. It's a terrible community, and the moment that you do anything wrong, they will instantly try to crucify you. That's the truth. And that's what happens every single time.
Just in it for himself, and he doesn't give a shit about anyone else. And he's always given me that vibe.
Yeah, well, listen, like,
sociopath vibes. Like, he's just in it for himself, and he doesn't give a shit about anyone else. And he's always given me that vibe.
This is what they do. As soon as that happens, they just spread lies about you, destroy your reputation, try to turn, like, you know, call you a Nazi, shit like this, everything, right? Everything that they possibly can. This is the most toxic community on the internet. They are the nastiest, most toxic, hostile, aggressive, like, lying, fucking disgusting, vicious group of people on the internet. It is awful, man. And I think, honestly, like, really, the way that you should look at this, if you're a creator, never, ever, even if you agree with these people, never have anything to do with them, man. Because, like, they will eventually, you will do something that will make them mad eventually, and they will try to ruin your life over it. And this is, oh God, is he really still trying to play both sides on this? Don't tell me you're trying to play both. No, stop it. What are you doing?
Show the picture. That's on his son. He should show it. First off, I think he's handled this horribly. He took like a day to show the caller. When he showed the call.
Oh my God. He really, is he addicted? Is he addicted to this?
He took like a day to show the caller. When he showed the caller, he was showing it like it was a condom, and his mom was in the fucking room. He was like covering it. It was very weird. Like, this is not my. I don't give a shit. This ain't on me. It's on him.
If you don't give a shit, and you complain about XQC not giving a shit, and you call him chaotic evil for pushing it, then why did you go live and talk about it? And then condemn Hassan? And you call him chaotic evil for pushing it.
Give a shit. This ain't on me. It's on him.
If you don't give a shit, and you complain about XQC not giving a shit, and you call him chaotic evil for pushing it, then why did you go live and talk about it? And then condemn Hassan? This is, you did not need to do this.
I'm just saying I saw it. Don't ask me to show it. I don't give a fuck. I do not care in any way, shape, or form. That is on him. I did not get a boss call. I've not talked to Hassan. I don't think he's trying to, candidly.
I bet he's not, yeah. I bet he's not. And so, yeah, wow. And this is just fucking nuts, man. And let me see. I'll pull this up real quick and watch this. Is this the last part of it? I think this might actually be... Oh, this is the same thing I already saw from the other day. And this is... oh, God. This is some other shit. His chat's mad at him. Everybody... The thing is that... Everybody gets mad about this shit because it's just like, also, like, Ludwig doesn't really get into this type of stuff. And so, like, for me, whenever I get into this stuff, I mean, like, people expect this, right? But, like, with him, they don't really expect it, so it's different.
A competing award show or something. And everyone got mad at her, and they were like, "Why are you highlighting? Why are you highlighting these right wing figures?" It's true. Aiden Ross and Asmongold are right wing figures. Okay, they are.
Okay,
but like, this is not any sort of serious, sincere advocacy. And I'm not even taking ownership over the people that were doing that, because like I'm
actually true neutral. Actually, I took a test and it just said that I'm true neutral, so you're actually wrong about this. A little fact check there.
I really looked to see if these were like genuine fans of mine or something, because guess what? They weren't. But also guess what? Every other community that saw people yelling, every other community that saw people yelling at Cutie Cinderella, do you know what they think? They think it was my audience that did that.
Because you are definitely one of the main guys that's got those weirdos running around. You really do.
Because anyone who feels slighted by a hall monitor on the internet, okay? Anyone who feels slighted by a hall monitor on the internet immediately associates that with the broad leftist movement. And for many people who have...
You should think about why that is. Really, you should think about, like, because that definitely, like, think about why.
Horse blinders on. For many people who have horse blinders on, that don't see the world outside of this like little confine that we exist in this little echo chamber.
That's a good question. Like, so why did they never give Gold Ship horse blinders? Can they not do that in a race? Because like, if that horse is always getting mad and shit, like, wouldn't it have been a good idea to put like blinders on its face so it wouldn't start trouble? They did? Oh, so it just didn't even give a fuck about that either. Because it could still hear them. It could smell them. They tried. It didn't work. I was just thinking about that. There was something else.
We live in. I am the representative of all things left and all things woke.
Yeah.
They don't see so
well,
many.
that's because you're the most popular person, right? I mean, that's the reason why. He's the most popular person in the space that has these values. That's the reason why.
People that would yell at Cutie for
really,
something like that, also yelling at me, saying I'm anti-black, saying this, saying that. They don't see that shit. Or when they do, they go, oh, here it is. These fucking woke libtards are eating each other alive once again.
But you didn't, you remember like that nihilism clip, that fuck socialism, fuck liberals, fuck Democrats, like you remember that clip?
The average person, they don't have the political education to sift through the different sects,
which is why they shouldn't be able to vote. I'm glad he finally agrees with me on this. This is actually like, so I'm glad that he and I finally come to a point of agreement that they don't know what the hell they're talking about, so they shouldn't be voting. Harsh times come for uncommon allies. What would I really be? I would say, yeah, I actually do like that. Lawful evil. Because that's like the people that would like, you know, like they would burn people alive and like crucify them. Can I take a test on this? D&D alignment test. Yeah, I really want to know. So which Dungeons and Dragons? Yeah, no, I'm really curious about this. All right, y'all ready? I took the test. True neutral. I do not give a fuck. I actually just do not give a fuck. I'm a fence sitter. Y'all gotta have Ludwig take this test now too. Yeah, I want to see him take the test. Norman, yeah, a true neutral character does what seems like a good idea. He doesn't feel strongly one way or another when it comes to good versus evil or law versus chaos. Most true neutral characters exhibit a lack of conviction or bias rather than a commitment to neutrality. Such a character thinks of good as better than evil. After all, he would rather have good neighbors than and rulers than evil ones. Still, he's not personally committed to upholding good in any abstract or universal way. Some true neutral characters, on the other hand, commit themselves philosophically to neutrality. They see good, evil, law, chaos as all prejudices and dangerous extremes. They advocate a middle way, the most balanced road in the long run. True neutral is the best alignment that you can be. Wait, what? True neutral is the best alignment that you can be because it means that you act naturally without prejudice or compulsion. However, a true neutral can be dangerous alignment when it represents apathy, indifference, and lack of conviction. Man. Wow. Why does it say the best? Probably because it's thinking about me. And so keep this in mind. So I am true neutral. Anybody talking shit or trying to say anything bad about me, we have taken the test, we know the truth, and that's it.
Caffeine. Caffeine is a stimulant, a chemical that speeds up your brain and nervous system. It's found in coffee, tea, soda, and energy drinks, powering billions of people every morning. For most, it isn't just a drink, it's a ritual. The day doesn't begin until that first sip hits. Once you drink it, caffeine enters your bloodstream and quickly travels to your brain. There, it blocks a chemical called adenosine, which is what tells your brain it's tired. So caffeine doesn't give you energy, it just hides your exhaustion. Your neurons start firing faster, your heart beats stronger, and suddenly you feel sharper, more alive. Within 20 to 30 minutes, the peak kicks in. You're focused, energized, and motivated. The world feels clearer, easier, more controllable. It's not euphoria, it's confidence in a cup. But as your body breaks it down, adenosine floods back, and you crash. That clear focus fades into irritability, jitteriness, and the creeping thought that maybe one more coffee will fix it. Caffeine is mildly addictive, but it hides behind routine. Over time, your brain adjusts and stops producing as much natural alertness. You need more caffeine to feel normal. Quit suddenly and you'll notice it. Headaches, fatigue, and brain fog. We joke about needing coffee to live, but that's withdrawal disguised as culture. The truth is, caffeine doesn't wake you up. It just delays your tiredness until later. Nicotine. Nicotine is How does Wi-Fi actually work? Wi-Fi sends tiny waves through the air, kind of like radio but faster. Your router
I gotta play this game. Did y'all hear about this? This was wild. So I'll pull this up. This just happened a little bit ago, right? This was crazy. So I woke up a little while ago and I just barely saw this. So NBA legend Chauncey Billups Heat's Terry Rozier arrested as part of an FBI gambling probe. Like, this is something that like a lot of like mafia shows have, where it's like they talk to like, some pro player is looking to get money or to get something done by like, a syndicate. And so, they have a group do something for them, but then the group says, okay, well, if you do that, you're going to have to, at one point or another, in the future, you're going to have to miss that ball, right? You're going to have to, not hit that free throw or something like that. And so, like, that's how it happens every time. And take the fall.
So, you're from around here?
Yeah, I'm from North Hood.
Nice. Me too, by the way. How old are you?
28.
Why does this feel like an interview?
Why does it feel like an interview? Sorry, I'm not feeling it.
Oh, okay.
You're pretty boring if I may be honest.
Okay, thanks for the feedback.
You see? You sound like an AI.
What do you want me to say?
Never mind. Bye.
Hey, how are you?
Sorry, not interested.
Hey, how are you?
Sorry, not interested.
Then why did you swipe right?
I don't remember. Probably wasn't paying attention or something.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How about you?
I'm good. I saw we live pretty close to each other. You're from Northwood?
Yeah.
Cool.
What do you do for a living?
I work at McDonald's.
What's up, dude? You seem down.
Yeah, I had another horrible date the other day.
Damn, do people still date nowadays? I thought they only hook up and eventually might get into a relationship.
Not for me. I try to find a nice girl to be together with. The older you get, the harder it gets.
That's not the issue, bro. The issue is something else.
Tell me, kid, what do you know about it?
Bro, I'm only a few years younger than you. The problem is not your age. It's that you don't have Riz.
Riz? What on earth is that?
You see? You don't even know what Riz is. Good for you, you're talking with the Rizzler of this town.
What are you talking about?
I'll show you, bro. Tonight you're coming to a party with me. We will turn you into a Riz King who will drown in girls. Alright, bro. Time for you to learn from the Rizzler.
Dude, I still don't know what a Rizzler or Riz is.
Did you neck a few shots of vodka like I said?
Were you serious? I drank 2 beers at dinner.
Those are rookie numbers, Grandpa.
Well, 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 if it isn't the Rizzler.
It's like I'm in a villain movie.
Sue Jamie, let's go Woyak.
Who are you?
Hi, I'm Wojak. Nice to meet you.
Why do you look like a 30-year-old gamer? Okay, weird.
Did you get her number, bro?
Almost.
Alright, follow me. It's time for a game plan. Alright, bro. I'm going to be completely honest with you on why you suck at dating.
Tell me.
You are dating as a true NPC. Almost like a robot. But I'm here to help you fix that. First of all, never lead with compliments.
I thought women like compliments.
They do, but after they like you. Before that, it's just background noise.
Okay, so what do I say then?
Open with something playful like, I dare you to kiss me. No pressure.
Dude, how is that an opener? That's straight up harassment.
It's called teasing, bro. It usually works for me. You've gotta spark curiosity, not pity.
Okay, what shouldn't I say?
Anything that sounds like a LinkedIn message. What do you do for fun? How was your day? Delete those, you're not on a job interview.
So, no small talk?
Minimal small talk. Maximum vibe.
Vibe?
Think of it like a rhythm. You match her energy. If she sends emojis, you send emojis. If she's dry, bail.
And that's Riz?
That's entry-level Riz.
What's advanced Riz then?
When you make her laugh and question her life choices at the same time.
I've been doing the second part for years.
Congrats, bro, you're halfway there. Just add charisma and remove despair. Now let's try it out downstairs.
Hey.
Hey.
I dare you to kiss me. No pressure. Hey.
Hey, you new here?
Yeah. I'm with Michael.
I don't know Michael. How are you doing?
This is actually going good. Now I just need to apply Riz. Better now that. You exist. Shit, that was horrible. I gotta double down. Yeah. I exist too. Big night for both of us.
Alright. I gotta get a drink. See you later.
What on earth was that? She was actually nice to me.
Hey, have you seen the gin?
The gin left after hearing my pickup lines. Can't blame it.
Are they that bad?
So far, every woman I talked to ran away.
Poor you. Cheers to that.
Shiz to that.
So tell me one of your pickup lines.
Okay, this is your chance. She's a type that could appreciate some Riz. Your neck looks so fragile, like it could hold the weight of all my mistakes.
What on earth are you doing?
I am trying to have Riz.
Stop it immediately. You were doing fine until you decided to not be yourself.
Well, being myself doesn't work either. How will I ever find a woman?
By stopping stressing about finding a girl. Get your life together first, your health, your work, your goals.
But I can't get my life together if I'm lonely.
That's exactly where you are wrong. When you're proud of who you are, you stop needing someone else to fill that gap. You don't need a woman to be happy. If you can't enjoy your own life, no relationship's gonna fix that. A woman should add to your life, not be your life. So focus on building yourself. Be real, stay confident, and let things happen naturally. The right one shows up when you're already good without her. Naturally. The right one shows up when you're already good without her.
Oh, yes, exactly. And let me go back. I'll see if I find some more of this here. It was connected with the mafia? Yeah, of course. I mean, like, because it would make sense. I mean, why wouldn't you do this? It's smart to do this. So, yeah, anyway, let's go back over here. You should watch the mashup of Rosier throwing a game on Twitter. Well, anyway, I'm going to look at it. So this guy was betting on the outcome of the games of NBA. Well, let me look at this and we'll see what all this is. And holy fucking shit. And you're telling me this guy was betting on the outcome of NBA games? You don't say.
Still going.
You're not even trying. You're not even trying to hide it, bro. Like, you're not even trying to go in and be like, oh, well, geez, guys, I made a mistake. You're not even good enough to do that, and you're popping off doing this shit. Oh, my God. Mind you, he's getting paid $26 million a year. Yeah, I bet he's going to be getting fined even more than that, and it's going to be bad. It's oh, my God. Look at this. Who is this guy?
Rosier turned it over again. Having a tough night.
Guys, having a tough night. Jeez. Honestly, like, if you just play this footage in a courtroom in front of a jury, all you need is a jury of 8 people that know how to play basketball. Play this footage in front of them, and they'll be like, oh, yeah, no, he did that shit. Yeah, no, for sure, he did. Yeah, definitely.
Having a tough night.
Oh, yeah, turning it over again, right? So this assumes it's happened before, too.
Rosier off the DHO. And he turned it over. Turned it up.
No way. No way. That's just a mistake, right? It's not a big deal.
They gotta get busy. Rosier with a 9-1-1 comes up short. On barrel. Rosier contested three.
Bro, these guys had an imposter on their team. That's insane. This guy's throwing the games like crazy. Oh my God. Guilty as Uncle Ruckus would say. Yep, that's right. It makes you question why things is professional sports. I mean, I do think that sports betting, I mean, this is my outlook on it, right? Legalizing sports betting, I think that, I mean, like, ask yourself the question, has it been a net positive or a net negative on society that now in the U.S., every single sports event, because here's the thing, right, is like there's such a massive industry of this. Like, there's a gas station I went to, and they even have slot machines that they're playing at the gas station. Like, gambling is now, I think it's getting a lot bigger. I think the reason why gambling is getting so big now, I'll tell you the reason why. It's because a lot of people have no hope and no money, and they want to just put their money and their hope into something, and for them, that's going to be gambling. They just want to they want to do something and find some way that they can get excited for the future, right? That's everywhere in Vegas. Maybe it is, right? But, like, that's basically it. It's getting worse. And they don't understand statistics. No, they don't. The sole exception of horse racing, it's so based. I mean, with this, I just feel like sports betting is so prolific now, and you have kids getting involved in it, etc. is so basically Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups has been charged in an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia. Well, this isn't even about Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier was arrested in separate but related betting case. Yeah, bro, like, and this is them talking about it right here.
Individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, and Terry Rozier were taken into custody today. Former, current NBA players and coaches.
Wow.
What you don't know
Damn.
is that this is an illegal gambling operation and sports rigging operation that spanned the course of years. The FBI led a coordinated takedown across 11 states to arrest.
So they are, bro. See, this is what I was saying. Like, if they want to get you, they will get you.
Over 30 individuals today responsible for this case, which is very much ongoing. Individuals
sending them all to Valhalla, man. That's it. Yep, they're gone. And bad boys for life, not for a while. But don't they already get millions? Yeah, they do. But you know what's better than 26 million? 27 million. And so that's what happens. It's tracking real threats like NBA players and betting coaches, underage children being trafficked. I mean, I guess this is just somebody that wants to complain. I mean, obviously, like, the betting and shit like this is obviously bad, right? It's obviously bad. And so here it is.
We'll state some of the obvious things.
ESPN quickly pulls their sports ticker off the air that included an ad for sports betting ESPN Bet while reporting on the FBI's NBA coach on a gambling probe.
Right off the bat. We live in an entirely different atmosphere.
So you got ESPN Bet right there?
When it comes to sports gambling, then certainly those of us, Shefty and I, and some of the older people at the table, grew up in this business being around. Sports gambling was always something that was completely
it's under the table. It's something that you do, like you talk to a guy through like a bar, like a door with bars on it, and like you hand over the money, he hands you the money. It's like one of those things, right? But like now, it's just apparently it's normal. The bookies, yeah, exactly.
Sort of in the shadows. It was something that leagues stayed far away from. It was something that networks like ESPN would stay far away from. Those days are obviously long behind us. You hear a lot about legal sports gambling on this show.
Oh, yeah.
The Bussin' Boys, obviously sports gambling.
You hear a lot about it, yeah, because there's an ad for it on the screen right now.
Is a huge part of what you do, so we put those all out there as a preamble because it might be in the back of people's minds, and we acknowledge that this is a different time and place.
It's gone.
However, there is a fine line, not so fine, there is a bold line that obviously has to be drawn between legal sports gambling when it comes to the public and anything that might infiltrate.
Well, you're rigging the game. I mean, like, it's not that complicated that you can't have people that are betting on the outcome of the game that are playing in the game. I mean, like, really, I mean, do we really need to have this spelled out? It's pretty fucking obvious that it's going to cause problems, right?
Into locker rooms.
Yeah, duh. Game. I mean, like, it's not.
And we acknowledge that this is a different time and place.
It's gone.
However, there is a fine line, not so fine. There is a bold line that obviously has to be drawn between legal sports gambling when it comes to the public and anything that might infiltrate.
Well, you're rigging the game. I mean, like, it's not that complicated that you can't have people that are betting on the outcome of the game that are playing in the game. I mean, like, really, I mean, do we really need to have this spelled out? It's pretty fucking obvious that it's going to cause problems, right?
Into locker rooms and into teams, and it is. We all knew it was going to be a complication as this became more and more prevalent within the world of sports.
Of course.
We'll state some of the obvious things right off the bat. We live in an entirely different atmosphere when it comes to sports gambling than certainly those of us, Shefty and I, and some of the older people at the table, grew up in this business being around. Sports gambling.
Yeah, no, he right. I mean, like, there it is. The game was rigged from the start. What's also insane, the NCAA just made it legal for student athletes to gamble on games. That's insane. Like, that actually is crazy. Like, the amount of gambling and shit that people are doing. 6 people charged on Thursday with turning professional basketball into a criminal gambling operations by using insider information to place unlawful wagers. Bro, like, this guy is just not good, man. Yeah. Oh, gone.
Trust me.
Trust me. Yeah, there you go, right? Smart. And it wasn't pretty. I don't know who this guy is. I'm not really a big basketball guy in general on this, but yeah, how illegal sports betting actually works, how crime works. You've got another guy watching this here. 2 notifications, NBA guys are being arrested for illegal sports betting. So that's basically what happened, right? And I'm really glad to see that, this is happening. I think it's probably a lot worse than you would expect it. But yeah, there it is. A little degeneracy makes the whole world degenerate, maybe, right? But yeah, you think betting? Do you think online betting should be illegal, including sports betting? I think that if you want to have betting services and things like that, they should be centered around things that are meant for adult audiences, right? So, like, for example, if you go and you are, like, into gambling or betting, I think, okay, yeah, like, I don't like it, and, like, in a perfect world, like, this is what my perspective has always been. I don't think anybody should ever gamble on anything. I think gambling is bad, and it's destructive. So never gamble, never do this, never get into any of it. All that being said, all that being understood, I also want to say that people are going to do what they're going to do, right? I mean, like, nobody should be able to drink soda either in a perfect world. Like, so I don't want to take away somebody's what they do, but I think that, like, whenever you involve, like, especially minors, like kids that are watching sports, like, is it really good for them to be watching all of this, like, sports gambling ads and everything whenever they're trying to, whenever they're, like, 12 years old, right? They're like, oh, I want to be just like this. And, there's so much of an aspirational value placed on professional sports in America that I think that whenever you combine the aspirational value that the sports have in America with having kids being groomed into the culture of now sports, which includes gambling, I think that you are I'm not even going to say by abstraction, you're directly grooming kids into wanting to gamble and wanting to, wager money on sports, right?
Locked.
And
there
so
are no
that's
keys,
it.
no sensors or
do you think
passcodes
gambling
to
is
secure
sinful,
them.
but like tobacco,
If someone wants to pull the
sinful is a
lever,
religious distinction, right? I mean, is it? So that's up to somebody who's like a priest or the Pope, right? But disagree. We should allow gambling that uses our skill. If the game has stakes in mind, it will be so much competition in the game. Well, like, I understand that. I understand why people think that, but at the same time, you can't. Like, I mean, do you guys think that sports gambling has been corrosive for, like, the last 8 years that it's been legal? Because I think it has been. I definitely think it has been. And so anyway,
Most
let's
plane
go back. I'll
doors
see if I can
aren't
find
locked.
a few more of these here
There are no
and
keys.
look at it. But yeah, I did see this happen, and I'll see if there's any more information about it that I missed out on. Yeah, it's been corrosive. It's been bad in general, right? And so
in 1999, the German newspaper Die Zeit ran an experiment. They asked a falafel salesman and former theater director, Salah Bengali, who in the world he would most like to be connected to. He chose his favorite actor, Marlon Brando. So the reporters then searched for a chain of friends, Bengali, they asked a falafel salesman and former theater director, Salah Bengali, who in the world he would most like to be connected to. He chose his favorite actor, Marlon Brando. So the reporters then searched for a chain of friends, family, or acquaintances, people who knew each other on a first-name basis, who could connect Bengali to Brando. As it happens, Bengali had a friend in California. This friend worked alongside the boyfriend of a woman who was the sorority sister of the daughter of the producer of the film Don Juan DeMarco, starring Marlon Brando. So in total, it took just 6 steps, 6 degrees of separation. And the idea is that this is not a unique example, that you could connect any 2 people on the planet in 6 steps or less. But is it really true? And if it is, how does it affect our lives?
How is this possible in a world of now 8 billion people, that we could be that close, just 6 hops or less? Does that affect how diseases spread, how information travels? Our math showed the question is not why is the world small, it's really how could it be otherwise? But then I got a call from the FBI. We are making the world smaller all the time. Like it's supposed to be good, and yet it does expose you to toxicity and malevolence that you might have been shielded from.
You look at the net effect of it, and it's actually been pretty negative by a lot of measures. People have suffered.
It's not only dangerous in terms of disease propagation, but anything malevolent now has conduits that it didn't used to have.
If we were all connected to everyone else on the planet completely, completely at random, then it would be almost a mathematical certainty that any two of us would be connected through fewer than 6 steps.
Let's suppose I have my 100 friends out of 8 billion people. Each of them knows 100 people. So 2 steps away from me is going to encompass 100 times 100 people. That's already 10 to the 4th people. And so if you do 100 to the 5th power, that's 10 to the 10th. And that's more people than there are on Earth. So notice that number is 5. I said to the 5th power. That's the ballpark reason why 6 degrees of separation is true.
But the shocking thing about this is the calculation you've just outlined is about having 100 friends at random out of 10 billion, and they're all over the world. But we know that in the real world, that's nowhere near what the distribution of friends are like.
Absolutely true. So this really crude calculation I did is absurd for the reason that you said. The world is very far from random.
The truth is, people naturally cluster geographically. Most of the people you know live close to you, and they also have a higher probability of knowing each other. If you calculate the fraction of people you know who also know each other, that is a measure of the clustering in the network. So let's try a model with a high degree of clustering. Imagine all 8 billion people on Earth are arranged into a circle, and say each person knows the 100 people closest to them, so 50 to the left and 50 to the right. Well, in this case, the furthest person you can connect to is just 50 people away. So if you wanted to connect to someone on the other side of the planet through a chain of people who know each other, well, it would take 80 million steps. And to connect any 2 people would take on average 40 million steps. Even just getting 10% of the way there would take on average 80 million steps. And to connect any 2 people would take on average 40 million steps. Even just getting 10% of the way there would take 8 million steps, and 6 steps would get you, well, here. This is the paradox of 6 degrees of separation. We know that we live in these local clusters of friends and acquaintances, but we also seem to be able to connect anyone anywhere in just 6 steps. 10 years ago, I did my own experiment on this, and I found that the average Veritasium viewer was only 2.7 degrees of separation from me. In social science, this is known as the small world problem, named after the phenomenon where you're, say, on holiday somewhere and you bump into a stranger who somehow knows your best friend, and you say, wow, it's such a small world. In the mid-1990s, 2 mathematicians, Duncan Watts and Steve Strogatz, set out to solve this small world problem.
Duncan really sort of had very far-seeing imagination at that point.
We had computers that allowed us to simulate environments that were too complicated for math to work.
Up until then, physicists had studied networks that were ordered and regular, like crystal lattices, and mathematicians like Paul Erdos had done lots of work on totally random networks, but no one had studied what happens in between.
There must be some enormous middle ground, and that's what Duncan and I felt like we're starting to explore.
To study this middle ground, Watts and Strogatz imagined a simple, regular network of people, or nodes, dotted around a circle, each connected to a few of their nearest neighbors.
And so we had this idea, we're going to start with the physicist end of regular, and now we're going to turn the randomness knob to make it more and more random through these random shortcuts.
We all have some experience with shortcuts.
I belong to this club called the Internet Chess Club. I got to be very friendly with a guy in Holland. That connection makes the world small because now, even though my friends don't realize it, they're only 1 step away from a guy in Holland. And so that kind of connection, where you sort of connect to someone outside your normal circle, is what we came to call a shortcut.
So they went round the circle, disconnecting some of the links and reconnecting them at random to a different node in the network. And as they did that, they watched what happened to the average number of steps it took to get from any one node in the network to another, hopping between connected nodes. In other words, the degree of separation.
This is now the moment for the big reveal. As Duncan turned the knob in his computer simulations, as soon as he introduced a few shortcuts, the world immediately gets as small as a random graph.
When they had rewired just 1% of the links to shortcuts, the average degree of separation dropped from 50 in the original fully ordered network to 10. But Watson Strogatz also tracked how clustered the network was. That's the fraction of a node's connections that are also connected to each other. Or in other words, the fraction of my friends who are also friends with each other. What they found is that clustering remained high for much longer.
The world immediately gets as small as a random graph, but it stays as clustered as if it were still regular. So you could simultaneously have the clustering that we know is real and the small world that we know is real.
Now, in Watts and Strogatz's model, they looked at 1,000 nodes. But if you apply their model to the 8 billion people on Earth, well, then you would only need 3 out of every 10,000 friendships to be a shortcut, and the average degrees of separation drops to 6.
Our math showed the question is not why is the world small, it's really how could it be otherwise? Duncan started saying to me, this is about discovering a whole new universe and its properties and laws. I recognized that he was right.
I just wanted to sort of reflect on what you said about these sort of shortcuts. I think I've had this phenomenon happen to me sometimes in my life where I'm sort of invited to an event and it seems like a very random event. Often I kind of feel like, oh, I don't really want to go, none of my friends are going. But then maybe at the last minute I just say like, well, let's just roll the dice. And I find that almost invariably those are productive meetings. I'm kind of wondering if there's a takeaway. people here, which is that they should put themselves in situations where the probability of forming these shortcut links, would it sort of increase the luck in your life?
You have just put your finger on a very famous phenomenon in sociology that is called the strength of weak ties. Because you ask people how they got their job, and people would say, oh yeah, I heard about it from, Randy. And then he'd say, oh, is Randy a friend of yours? And people invariably would say, no, he's an acquaintance. I wouldn't call him a friend. He's an acquaintance. That's a weak tie. The strong tie is your best friend or your circle of friends.
Excited about their breakthrough, Watts and Strogatz wanted to test their small world model on some real world data. But this was 1996.
We had to think, well, where are we going to get data on big networks where we could test this? And it was not so easy. The internet was not mapped out. Google didn't exist.
So they turned to an unusual source.
There was only one nervous system that had been mapped at that time, which was the worm C. elegans. Tiny worm, like a millimeter, that you can find in the dirt, a favorite of neurobiologists. They knew every cell in the body of C. elegans from the time it's a single cell till it becomes a whole organism. So they had the total wiring diagram of that organism.
Watts and Strogatz tested their model on the worm's neural network. The worm has precisely 282 neurons, and on average, they're connected to 14 others. If you lay that all out in a line along the worm's body, the neurons at the ends would be separated by around 40 steps, and the average degree of separation would be around 14. But when Watts and Strogatz ran the calculations, they found the average degrees of separation between any two neurons was just 2.65. To put that in context, if they were connected totally at random, it would be 2.25.
And yes, okay, so bingo, that was a small world. Then we were popping the champagne. I mean, that was really exciting that nature had done that. So then we thought, well, okay, but this should be true of lots of networks because nature can't resist this mechanism.
So they looked at Hollywood actors and power grids across the US. Sure enough, they were both small world networks. For example, in the database of over 200,000 Hollywood actors, the average degree of separation was less than 4.
Dangerfield was in Caddyshack with Bill Murray, and Bill Murray was in She's Having a Baby with Kevin Bacon.
Then the real payoff for us as people interested in dynamical systems, more than graph theory, was, okay, so what? So what if the world is small? Does that affect how things get in sync? Does it affect how diseases spread? Does it affect how information travels? Whatever. And so we did a number of experiments, again, in the computer like that.
Take disease. I wanted to know how a few shortcuts would affect how disease spreads through a network. So I asked Casper and the team to make a simulation.
And then the question to you is, do you want to start with a completely regular world where it's completely clustered, or do you want to start with completely random?
I would start with the regular world.
Okay. There it goes.
This is the spread of infections.
Yeah. So it takes over the world completely. Well, if every step was a day, it would take 73 days for the infection to take over this entire world.
Well, let's introduce a few shortcuts and see.
Okay. Let's make it small world, like 10%. Let's go.
Boom. Wow, that's really dramatic.
Right?
That's really dramatic and very fast.
Yeah, so fast. Yeah, after 26 days, the whole world.
And that ramp up does look exponential at the beginning, and then it kind of looks linear there as well, but it's almost like you can't go any faster.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's make it a completely random network.
Boom.
Boom.
Crazy. How many days now for a fully random network?
25.
Basically identical.
Which is crazy because in the random case, all your links are random. In the small world case, it's just 10%. It's like if 1 out of your 10 friends are a shortcut, which, for some people might be a bit much, but I reckon for you, it's probably about right.
Yeah, I got lots of shortcuts.
But the crazy thing is that in this simulation, we only used 100 nodes. And if you use the same model to the 8 billion people on Earth, then you would actually need less than 1% of all your links to be shortcuts.
In 1998, Watts and Strogatz published their findings
to the 8 billion people on Earth, then you would actually need less than 1% of all your links to be shortcuts.
In 1998, Watts and Strogatz published their findings in a 3-page article in Nature, and the paper took off. Within a few years, the paper already had hundreds of citations. By 2014, it was ranked the 63rd most cited paper of all time. And today, it's got around 58,000 citations. That's higher than Peter Higgs' paper on the Higgs boson and almost 3 times as many as Watson and Crick's Nobel Prize-winning paper on DNA.
So it's probably worth making that distinction, that citations are one measure of impact. We're cited a lot more than Einstein, and I think you know who's more important. It's not us, but it does mean people thought it was worth citing. We had many tens of thousands of citations from people in far-flung fields, from neuroscience to sociology to graph theory to computer science. Even, English literature, people would do things like draw networks between words.
Is there any irony in the fact that this paper on small word networks goes viral itself?
Yes, I think so, maybe so.
But then things got a little weird.
That's when I started getting some strange phone calls. I got a call from somebody at the FBI. I was a little scared, what's the FBI calling me about? And so I call back, and the person who picks up says, hair and fiber. I was calling the Hair and Fiber Network at the FBI, the people who do, criminology based on what telltale hairs or fibers are left on the victim's clothes after they've been murdered. There was a guy who said, what happens when the police have a suspect and they say, you have fibers on your sweater that match the hair of the victim? And then the defense lawyer says, well, maybe the victim was on a bus and left her fibers on the bus, and then my client sat on a secondary transfer, they would call it, of these fibers. That doesn't prove anything. So the FBI wanted to know, what's the probability of secondary transfers compared to primary transfers from actually killing the person? And what do I know?
Now, that's a Steve Strogatz problem. For most of us, a random caller telling you they're an FBI agent is probably a scam. Chances are they got your number from a data leak or a data broker. Anytime you provide your name, phone number, even your social security number, that personal information can be scraped, packaged, and sold to anyone who will pay. And if criminals get hold of it, well, they can open credit card accounts in your name, or even use it to stalk or harass you. Fortunately, today's video sponsor, Incogni, can help. With your permission, they'll send out a letter to each broker using the correct legal terms and keep insisting until your data comes down. And remember, even one unremoved profile can be enough for criminals to target you. If you sign up to Incogni's unlimited plans, you can even flag public websites where your information appears with their custom removals tool. Their data agents will take care of the rest. Since I started using Incogni 18 months ago, they've filed almost 700 requests for me, and over 600 of those have been completed. With their unlimited family plan, you can protect your whole family too. So to keep your information safe, head over to incogni.com/Veritasium by clicking the link in the description, or just use this QR code. And when you do, be sure to use the code Veritasium for 60% off your annual subscription. So I want to thank Incogni for sponsoring this video, and now back to networks. In 1998, Albert Laszlo Barabashi was studying the internet. At that time, there were around 800 million web pages. But despite the web's enormous size, Barabashi found that on average, you could connect any 2 sites with just 19 clicks. Apparently, the web was a small world too. But the strange thing was, it didn't look anything like the small world network in Watson Strogatz's model.
We ended up mapping out a region of the World Wide Web, and we had a very clear expectation of how that network should look like.
Barabashi thought the distribution of pages and links would resemble a bell curve, similar to what you'd get for people's height across a population. Most sites would have some average number of links, and there would be very few outliers either side. But that is not what he saw.
And so we measured the distribution, and it didn't look anything like what we expected.
The curve started out steep. Loads of websites had not many links. Then there was this really long tail.
And here we saw web pages that had not only a little more, but sometimes 100 times more links than the average degree or the average node on the website.
These were websites like Yahoo, superconnectors that linked to thousands of other sites. Barabashi called them hubs because when he mapped out the network, they resembled the hub of a wheel with spokes going out to hundreds of other pages. And it was these hubs that made the web a small world, not shortcuts. So Barabashi wondered, how could this apply to other networks too?
Most real networks, or virtually all large networks, follow two very fundamental principles. First, any large network out there never pops out as a large network, but it grows, right? You have a tiny World Wide Web in 1991, and now we have trillions of nodes on the World Wide Web. How did we get to 1 to a trillion? One node at a time, one website at a time. All the networks out there, no matter how old, how fast they emerged, they always emerge to some kind of growth process. So if you think about networks, you must build in that growth process. Number two, when a new node comes in, you join Facebook, who you're gonna connect to, right? And it is somewhat unpredictable, but it's biased. Your connections are always biased towards the more connected nodes, simply because you are more likely to know a more connected node than a less connected node. We named this process preferential attachment.
Barabashi reasoned that these two principles could explain how hubs naturally emerge when a network grows. So together with his colleague, Reike Albert, he ran a simulation.
We've also got a simulation for this. They started with a simple network of just a few connected nodes. Then they began adding new nodes to the network one at a time, with just one condition. They'd be more likely to connect to nodes that already had more links.
That's so cool. Looks very biological, very organic. Also, I like how the nodes come out and they don't just sort of stop in one spot. They kind of like wiggle around and like find their location. I really enjoy this. Like a space station.
That's what I was thinking.
Or like a space colony, right? Like
yeah, right? Like each little center one could be a planet, then you've got all the sort of stations going around it.
Yes.
So when Barabashi and Albert let these networks evolve, hubs emerged.
And we showed that growth and preferential attachment together naturally lead to the emergence of the hubs.
With this simulation, Barabashi and Albert showed how hubs could emerge in virtually any complex network. Take airports, for example. In 1955, Chicago O'Hare opened to commercial flights. Unlike neighboring airport Midway, it had long runways and plenty of space for new jet aircraft. Airlines began shifting service there. As more airlines connected flights to O'Hare, passengers had more options to connect, making it increasingly attractive. After deregulation in the 1970s, more airlines were free to add routes, and the feedback loop accelerated. Each new route made the airport more useful to passengers and more appealing to other airlines. Today, O'Hare is the most connected airport in the United States, with direct flights to well over 200 destinations.
But we don't just see hubs in man-made networks. In food webs, you have a few keystone species like Atlantic cod that connect hundreds of predators and prey. And in the metabolic networks in our cells, you have a few molecules like ATP that govern hundreds of chemical reactions. In the neural networks in our brain, you have a few regions, like the prefrontal cortex, that link hundreds of different functions. Now, as each of these networks evolved and grew over time, you had new species, new reactions, and new circuits that latched on to what was already well connected. And so you get this sort of natural growth. Now, preferential attachment isn't the only mechanism that can create hubs. There are plenty of other factors at play, particularly in these more complex biological systems. But what Barabashi's and Albert's simulation showed is that all it takes is a tiny bias when growing a network, and hubs end up being inevitable.
Once hubs are there, they fundamentally change the way the system behaves and the way we understand that system.
Hubs like O'Hare mean you can get pretty much anywhere in the world in just a few flights. But that connectivity also has consequences. In August 2025, thunderstorms shut down Chicago O'Hare, and 280 flights were canceled and 80 were diverted.
Blackout.
Overflow
What's happening
hit
right now behind the sun. The interstellar object 3I Atlas, the third visitor from beyond our solar system, is behind the sun right now, hidden. And Avi Loeb's warning echoes louder with each passing hour. If you want to take a vacation, take it before October 29th, because who knows what will happen. Those words aren't some distant forecast anymore. They're about the next 4 days, about what's happening at this very moment, 135 astronomical units from the Sun while you're listening to this. 3I Atlas reached solar conjunction 4 days ago on October 21st, positioning itself on the exact opposite side of our star from Earth, invisible to every telescope we have, and in exactly 4 days on October 29th it hits perihelion, the closest point to the Sun in its trajectory, the moment when 33 gigawatts of solar radiation will hit its surface. That's a third of the total power output of every nuclear reactor in the United States combined, bombarding an object that Harvard scientists think might not be a comet at all, but something far more significant. Before we go further, if you've been following the 3I Atlas story and want to stay updated on what happens in these critical 4 days, hit that like button and subscribe so you don't miss what we discover when this thing emerges from behind the Sun in November. And for today's episode we've added some calm background music, so let us know in the comments if you like it. Plus tell us where you're listening from, what time it is there, and whether you think we're watching First Contact unfold in real time. Share this on social media, and hit that hype button to help our community grow. Thank you so much for your support. So let's talk about what makes these 4 days so critical. The timing here isn't just unusual, it's statistically improbable to the point of absurdity. Loeb and his team calculated that the probability of 3I Atlas achieving perihelion while positioned on the exact opposite side of the Sun from Earth, within a solar elongation of 30 degrees, is roughly 7%. Not terrible odds on their own. But that's just one data point in a cascade of improbabilities that multiply into something far more disturbing. Think about what an Oberth maneuver actually is for a moment. It's one of the most elegant tricks in orbital mechanics. When a spacecraft is moving at its maximum velocity, which happens at the closest point to a massive body like the Sun, any thrust it applies gets amplified. The kinetic energy gained is proportional to the velocity at which the thrust is applied. Fire your engines when you're already screaming through space at maximum speed, and you get far more bang for your buck. It's why every interplanetary mission uses gravity assists. It's basic astronautics. And the optimal point for a reverse Oberth maneuver, where you want to slow down and stay bound to the Sun instead of escaping into interstellar space, is exactly at perihelion. Now here's where it gets interesting. 3I Atlas will be executing this maneuver, if it is a maneuver, during the only window when Earth-based telescopes can't see it. The Sun blocks our view completely. We're blind. If something wanted to perform a clandestine trajectory change, to slow down, to deploy probes,
Johnny Somali, aka Ramzi Khalid Ismail, had a small victory this week in a court case involving Jungmann, a Korean
inner system planets, this would be the perfect moment, and we won't know until it emerges on the other side in early November. The energy budget available during this window is staggering. 33 gigawatts hitting a surface with a minimum diameter of 5 kilometers. That's not speculation, that's basic physics. Solar irradiance at 135 astronomical units, spread across that surface area. If this object has any kind of technological capability, any way to harvest or utilize that energy, perihelion is when it would do so. It's the one moment in its entire trajectory through our solar system when maximum power is available. Loeb posted on his Medium blog just 3 days ago, on October 22nd, laying out exactly why this moment matters. He's calling it a potential black swan event, a low probability occurrence with massive implications. He writes that as of now, 3I Atlas appears most likely to be a natural comet, but that the remote possibility of an Oberth maneuver must be considered seriously because of its huge implications for humanity. Those are careful words from someone who's been burned by the media before, who's been called reckless and attention-seeking by his colleagues, but he's not backing down. The International Asteroid Warning Network activated a monitoring campaign on October 27th. That's 2 days from now. The campaign runs through January 27th, 2026. 3 months of intensive observation. This is not standard protocol for comets. The IAWN is designed for potentially hazardous asteroids, for objects that might impact Earth. They don't waste resources on every icy visitor from beyond the solar system. The fact that they're treating 3I Atlas as a planetary defense matter tells you something about what's happening behind closed doors. Someone somewhere thinks this warrants the infrastructure we built to save civilization from extinction-level impacts. Let's talk about what we're actually looking for when this thing emerges. If 3I Atlas continues on a purely gravitational trajectory, if it behaves exactly as celestial mechanics predicts, It will pass closest to Earth on December 19th at a distance of 269 million kilometers. That's about 1.8 astronomical units. Not close by any means, but close enough for detailed observation. Then on March 16th, 2026, it swings past Jupiter at 54 million kilometers. The Juno spacecraft will have a front row seat. The European Space Agency's JUICE mission will pass within 64 million kilometers on November 4th, just days after perihelion. These aren't planned encounters, these are targets of opportunity, but they're extraordinary ones. Here's the key: if the trajectory changes, if 3i Atlas shows any deviation from the path gravity alone would dictate, we'll see it in the orbital elements. Astronomers will measure the position and velocity as it emerges from behind the Sun and compare it to predictions. Any discrepancy, any non-gravitational acceleration, any alteration in the orbit, and we have our answer. Not proof of aliens necessarily, but proof that something other than gravity and solar radiation pressure is acting on this object. And solar radiation pressure can only push things away from the Sun. It can't slow them down. It can't perform a reverse O-berth. If this thing slows down, if it sheds velocity in a way that keeps it bound to the solar system instead of shooting back out into interstellar space, there's no natural explanation that holds up. The paper Loeb co-authored with Adam Hibbard and Adam Krall from the Initiative for Interstellar Studies lays out the scenarios in detail. It's titled is the Interstellar Object 3i Atlas Alien Technology, and it's not a joke. It's a rigorous astrodynamics analysis using interplanetary trajectory software, calculating the delta V requirements for various maneuvers. If 3i Atlas wanted to intercept Earth, the optimal arrival window is late November to early December 2025. That's 6 to 7 weeks from now. The delta V required depends on when the burn happens, but if executed at perihelion, during the blackout the fuel requirements drop dramatically. Efficiency matters when you've travelled light years. But there's another scenario that's almost more unsettling. What if it doesn't intercept Earth directly? What if the mothership, as Loeb calls it, continues on its gravitational path and simply releases mini probes? Small spacecraft, maybe the size of intercontinental ballistic missiles, with their own propulsion. The delta V needed to reach inner planets from 3i Atlas's trajectory is surprisingly low. Less than 5 km per second for Mars, less than 5 for Venus, less than 5 for Jupiter, until November. Those are speeds we achieve with chemical rockets. If you wanted to send exploration probes to every significant body in the solar system, this trajectory is almost ideal. You cruise through the outer system, sweep past the inner planets, and you're positioned to release payloads at minimal cost. Think about that for a moment. The trajectory 3I Atlas is following isn't optimized for speed. It's not a straight shot through the solar system and out. It's aligned to within 5 degrees of the ecliptic plane, the disk where all the planets orbit. That alignment has a probability of about 0.2% for a random interstellar object. But if you wanted to visit planets, if you wanted access to multiple worlds with minimal maneuvering, you'd choose an ecliptic-aligned path. You'd give yourself options. The timing of the Mars flyby adds another layer. 3I Atlas passed within 190 million kilometers of Mars on October 3rd. That's close. Multiple spacecraft orbiting Mars turned their instruments toward it. NASA's Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter has a camera called HiRISE, the High-Resolution Imaging Science Experiment, with a pixel resolution of 30 kilometers at that distance, 3 times better than the best images from Hubble or the Keck telescopes. HiRISE captured 3I Atlas as it passed, and those images haven't been released. Not publicly, not even to the scientific community in any detailed form. Loeb has been asking for them. He's mentioned it in multiple blog posts. NASA's silence on this specific point is deafening. The European Space Agency, in contrast, has been relatively transparent. The ExoMars Trace Gas Orbiter imaged 3I Atlas and released the data. It shows a classic cometary appearance in those frames, a fuzzy white dot with a small tail. Comforting, right? Except the emission patterns in the spectroscopic data don't match any known comet. The ratios are wrong. The chemistry is off. And that brings us to the nickel. Keck 2 telescope data from Hawaii, published just last week, shows that 3I Atlas is emitting nickel in ratios to iron that don't occur naturally. On Earth, this signature only appears in industrially produced nickel alloys, created through the carbonyl chemical pathway. You refine nickel by forming and decomposing nickel tetracarbonyl. It's a process we invented for metallurgy. The paper's authors argue that this carbonyl process could happen naturally near the nucleus of 3I Atlas, that conditions there might spontaneously create these compounds. But that explanation requires a very specific set of circumstances that we've never observed in any other comet, including 2I Borisov, the previous interstellar visitor that everyone agrees was natural. The nickel is concentrated in a region extending out to an exponential radius of 600 kilometers from the nucleus. Cyanide, another emission detected, extends to 840 kilometers. These are trace outgassing rates, grams per second rather than kilograms, but the spatial distribution is strange. Why would nickel be more concentrated near the center than cyanide? If both are sublimating from ice, they should follow similar patterns based on volatility and solar heating. They don't. The nickel acts like it's part of a structure, not a diffuse coma. Horace Drew, a retired researcher from Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, looked at the Mars images and said flatly, "It's not a comet." He pointed to the green glow visible in enhanced versions of the images. That green, he argues, is consistent with nickel emission, and aliens may coat their spacecraft with nickel just as we coat ours. It's a bold claim from someone with legitimate credentials, even if he's outside the mainstream consensus, and it raises the question, why would nature choose nickel as a coating? Why would an icy body concentrate this specific metal in its outer layers? The counter-argument is that we're seeing what we want to see. That comets are diverse, that interstellar comets especially might have chemistries we don't understand because they formed in other stellar systems with different compositions. That every weird feature of 3I Atlas, from the nickel to the antitail to the trajectory, is just a pile of coincidences. Unlikely coincidences, sure, but coincidences nonetheless. And to be fair, that's probably true. The universe is big, weird things happen, 1 in a million chances occur constantly when you're sampling billions of events. But here's the thing, we're not sampling billions of events, we're sampling three interstellar objects detected in human history. One Oumuamua in 2017, which had its own unexplained non-gravitational acceleration. 2I Borisov in 2019, which looked and acted like a normal comet and didn't raise any eyebrows. And now 3I Atlas, which is breaking every pattern. When your sample size is 3 and one of them is screaming anomaly, you pay attention. Loeb has created what he calls the Loeb scale, a ranking system from 0 to 10 for how likely an interstellar object is to be technological. 3i Atlas currently ranks 4. That's not proof, it's not even strong evidence, but it's enough to justify serious investigation. He's clear that the rank will change based on post-perihelion observations. If 3i Atlas continues on a normal trajectory, shows typical cometary activity after the intense solar heating, acts exactly as a dirty snowball should, the rank drops to 2. The mass and ecliptic alignment anomalies remain, but they become isolated oddities rather than part of a pattern. If, on the other hand, the trajectory changes, if non-gravitational accelerations appear, if the chemistry gets weirder, the rank climbs. Right now, as you're listening to this, on October 25th, 2025, that object is behind the Sun. It's closer to our star than Earth is, moving at 68 kilometers per second at perihelion. The surface temperature is spiking. If it's ice, it's sublimating furiously, releasing volatiles, building up coma and tail pressure. If it's rock, it's absorbing more energy than it has at any point in millions of years. And if it's something else, if there's any kernel of truth to the technological hypothesis, then it's executing maneuvers that will determine whether humanity is alone in the universe. We'll know in November. The blackout ends. Telescopes around the world will acquire it again. The trajectory will tell the story. Until then, we're in the dark. Literally. And the question isn't whether aliens are coming. The question is whether we're watching them arrive, and we just don't know it yet. Because if Loeb is right, if even half of what he's suggesting has merit, then the next visitor isn't late November. The next visitor is already here, hiding behind the Sun, counting down the hours until it can move. And we have 4 days left to wonder what happens when the clock hits 0. The IAWN activation, Why Planetary Defense Woke Up. There's a document you need to know about. It's an editorial notice from the Minor Planet Center published just days ago, announcing something that should make every person paying attention to 3i Atlas sit up straight. The International Asteroid Warning Network has initiated a monitoring campaign specifically for this object. The campaign began on November 27th. Wait, let me correct that. The campaign begins on October 27th, that's 2 days from now, and runs through January 27th, 2026. 3 months of coordinated global observation using the infrastructure we built to prevent extinction-level asteroid impacts. And here's what nobody's saying out loud. The IAWN doesn't do this for comets. Let me be very clear about what the International Asteroid Warning Network actually is. It's not some academic research group. It's not a collection of amateur astronomers sharing telescope time. The IAWN is a planetary defense mechanism established under the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. It exists for one purpose: to detect, track, and characterize objects that pose an impact threat to Earth. When the IAWN activates a formal monitoring campaign, it means someone, somewhere in the decision-making chain, has classified an object as worthy of the resources we reserve for potential civilization enders. They don't waste these assets on scientific curiosities. They don't deploy planetary defense protocols for interesting comets. So why 3i Atlas? The official line is that it's an unprecedented opportunity to study an interstellar object with multiple spacecraft in favorable positions. JUICE will fly within 64 million kilometers on November 4th. Juno gets close to it near Jupiter in March. The geometry is good, the science return would be valuable, and we should take advantage of targets of opportunity. That all sounds reasonable until you look at what happened with 2i Borisov. That was also an interstellar comet. That also passed through our solar system with spacecraft nearby. The IAWN didn't activate for Borisov. The Global Defense Network didn't spin up. Astronomers observed it extensively, sure, but through normal channels, normal prioritization. Borisov was interesting. 3i Atlas is something else. The timing of this activation is what keeps me up at night. The campaign starts October 27th, which is 2 days before perihelion. They're not waiting to see what happens. They're positioning assets in advance. That suggests the decision was made based on pre-perihelion data, based on the anomalies that were already visible. The trajectory alignment, the size, the nickel emissions, the anti-tail phenomenon, all of that was enough to justify treating this as a potential threat scenario. Not a confirmed threat, but potential. And in planetary defense, potential is enough. You don't wait for confirmation when the cost of being wrong is existential. Here's where it gets complicated. The IAWN's mandate is impact threats. 3I Atlas is not on a collision course with Earth. Its closest approach in December will be 1.8 astronomical units away. That's more than the distance between Earth and Mars at their closest. There is zero chance of impact. None. The trajectory is well characterized. The orbital elements are known to high precision, and unless something changes dramatically, this object will pass through the inner solar system and head back out toward interstellar space without coming anywhere near us. So why activate impact threat protocols for something that can't impact us? There are two possibilities, and neither one is comforting. The first is that the IAWN has expanded its interpretation of threat to include non-impact scenarios. If an object showed signs of being artificial, if there was even a credible possibility of technological origin, that would constitute a different kind of threat. Not kinetic, not a rock falling from space, but intelligence, contact. First contact protocols fall under a completely different bureaucratic structure than asteroid deflection, or at least they're supposed to, but maybe the lines are blurring. Maybe when you're staring at something that might be an alien spacecraft, you use whatever tools you have available, and the tools we have available are telescopes pointed at dangerous rocks. The second possibility is that they know something we don't, that there's data, observations, measurements that haven't been made public, that the full picture looks different from inside the network than it does from outside. And before you dismiss that as conspiracy thinking, remember that NASA still hasn't released the high-rise images from Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, the most detailed photographs of 3I Atlas in existence, taken at 30km pixel resolution as it flew past Mars on October 3rd, are sitting in an archive somewhere, and nobody outside the agency has seen them in any meaningful form. Why? What's in those images that requires restricted access? Avi Loeb has been publicly asking for those images. He's emailed NASA directly. He's written about it in his blog posts. The silence in response is conspicuous. And just this week, in a blog post dated October 24th, Loeb escalated his language. He's now directly accusing NASA of burying the evidence while praising the European Space Agency for being more honest about their findings. Those are strong words from someone with Loeb's position in the scientific community. He's not some fringe blogger. He's a Harvard professor, former chair of the astronomy department, former member of the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. When he says one space agency is covering up data while another is being transparent, people notice. The ESA has been relatively open. ExoMars Trace Gas Orbiter data was released. The images show what looks like a comet, fuzzy coma, small tail, nothing obviously artificial. But spectroscopic analysis from that same data shows emission lines that don't match known comets. The chemistry is wrong. The abundances are off. ESA published it anyway. NASA, in contrast, has been nearly silent. Tom Statler, NASA's lead scientist for solar system small bodies, gave one quote to The Guardian. "It looks like a comet. It does comet things." That was it. No detailed analysis, no data release, no engagement with the specific anomalies Loeb has been documenting. Just a dismissal. Now maybe that's appropriate scientific caution. Maybe NASA doesn't want to fuel speculation by engaging with every unusual measurement. The agency has a credibility problem when it comes to UFOs and aliens. Decades of dismissals and debunking have trained the public to assume NASA knows more than it says. Whether that's fair or not, it's the reality. So when NASA goes quiet on something this high profile, people fill the silence with their own interpretations, and Loeb is handing them material. His blog post from October 22nd lays out 8 anomalies that he says justify a rank of 4 on his Loeb scale. We covered some of these already, but let's go through the full list because this is what the IAWN is responding to. This is the evidence stack that triggered planetary defense protocols. First, the orbital plane alignment within 5 degrees of the ecliptic, probability 0.2%. Second, the sunward jet or anti-tail observed in July and August, which is not a perspective illusion like it is with normal comets. Third, the mass being about 1,000,000 times larger than Oumuamua and 1,000 times larger than Borisov while moving faster than both, probability less than 0.1%. Fourth, the arrival time fine-tuned to bring it within tens of millions of kilometers of Mars, Venus and Jupiter, while being unobservable from Earth at perihelion, probability 0.005%. Fifth, the gas plume containing much more nickel than iron, found in industrially produced alloys, with a nickel to cyanide ratio orders of magnitude larger than all known comets, including Borisov, probability below 1%. Sixth, the gas plume containing only 4% water by mass when water is a primary constituent of familiar comets. Seventh, extreme negative polarization unprecedented for all known comets including Borisov, probability below 1%. Eighth, arrival from a direction coincident with the WOW signal to within 9 degrees, probability 0.6%. That last one deserves unpacking because most people have forgotten about the WOW signal connection. In August 1977, the Big Ear radio telescope at Ohio State detected a strong narrowband radio signal that lasted 72 seconds. It was so unusual, so clearly not natural background noise, that the astronomer on duty wrote WOW in the margins of the printout. The signal came from the direction of Sagittarius, near the constellation's border with Ophiuchus. It never repeated. Decades of follow-up observations found nothing. The most likely explanation is still some kind of terrestrial interference or a passing satellite, but it remains unexplained. And 3i Atlas's incoming trajectory, when traced back through space, points to a region of sky within 9 degrees of where the WOW signal originated. 9 degrees is a huge area on the celestial sphere. The probability of a random interstellar object passing through any given 9-degree patch is about 0.6%. Not impossible, not even particularly unlikely on its own. But stack it on top of the other 7 anomalies and the coincidences start to strain credulity. If you were to multiply all these individual probabilities together, assuming they're independent, you get a cumulative likelihood lower than 1 part in 10 quadrillion. That's the number Loeb keeps citing, 1 in 10 to the 16th power. Of course, these probabilities aren't truly independent. The ecliptic alignment affects flyby geometry, which affects timing, which affects observability. You can't just multiply them naively. But even if you're generous with correlation factors, even if half of these are explained by the same underlying cause, you're still looking at odds that make lottery winners look common. The IAWN sees these numbers. They have access to all the data, all the measurements, all the trajectory analyses, and they made a decision: activate the network, treat this as a priority, commit resources for 3 months of intensive monitoring. That decision didn't come from nowhere. It came from people looking at the same evidence we are, and concluding that the possibility, however remote, requires a response. Because the consequences of being wrong in one direction are negligible. If 3i Atlas turns out to be a weird comet and we spent 3 months watching it closely, we wasted some telescope time and learned interesting things about interstellar chemistry. If it turns out to be something else and we weren't watching, we missed first contact. We missed the most important event in human history happening in real time. There's a Brookings report that gets referenced in UFO circles, a study from 1961 commissioned by NASA about the implications of discovering extraterrestrial life. One of its conclusions was that public announcement of such a discovery could cause severe psychological and social disruption, particularly if the discovery involved artifacts or intelligence rather than simple microbes. The report suggested that controlled release of information might be preferable to immediate disclosure. Whether NASA or any other agency actually follows those guidelines is unknown, but the framework exists. The idea that first contact might be managed rather than announced is baked into institutional thinking. So when Loeb accuses NASA of burying evidence, he's tapping into that decades-old suspicion. Maybe there's nothing to hide. Maybe high-rise images just aren't that interesting, and releasing them requires bureaucratic processes that take time. Or maybe someone looked at those images and saw something that required a different kind of response. A quiet response. An IAWN activation without public explanation. A monitoring campaign framed as scientific opportunity rather than threat assessment. You can't know, that's the frustrating part. The evidence is ambiguous enough that both interpretations fit. What we do know is that starting in 2 days, on October 27th, the most sophisticated asteroid tracking network humanity has ever built will be pointed at 3I Atlas continuously for 3 months. Every deviation from predicted trajectory will be measured, every spectroscopic signature will be analysed, every photometric variation will be logged. The Galileo Project observatories, Loeb's privately funded network of sensors designed specifically to look for technological signatures, will be running parallel observations. If something anomalous happens, if mini-probes deploy, if the trajectory changes, if any sign of non-gravitational activity appears, we'll catch it. The window opens in November when 3I Atlas emerges from behind the Sun. First observations will come from JUICE on November 4th. Then ground-based telescopes will reacquire it through December. The closest approach to Earth on December 19th will be prime observing time. Then the Jupiter encounter in March with Juno watching. 3 distinct observation windows, 3 chances to characterize this thing definitively. The IAWN activated because those windows matter. Because what we learn in the next 4 months might answer the question that's been hanging over this entire story. Are we alone, or are we being visited? And if we're being visited, what happens next? That's what planetary defense is preparing for. Not an impact, not a rock, a presence. Something intelligent enough to navigate here, patient enough to approach slowly, and capable enough to time its arrival during the one moment we can't watch. The IAWN activation isn't proof of anything except that someone, somewhere, thinks the possibility is real enough to treat seriously. And when the people responsible for preventing extinction-level events decide something warrants that level of attention, the rest of us should probably be paying attention too. Because in 2 days the monitoring begins, in 4 days perihelion hits, and in 3 weeks we start getting answers. The academic war, Wright versus Loeb, and what it means. There's a blog post that went live in July from Jason Wright, an astronomer at Penn State University, and the title is just AVI and 3I Atlas. Simple, direct, and it's one of the most brutal academic takedowns I've seen published outside of a peer review rejection. Wright doesn't waste time with pleasantries. He opens by stating flatly that Avi Loeb has gained a reputation for suggesting, and outright claiming, things could be alien spacecraft even when there's little to no objective reason to think so. And then he proceeds to dismantle, point by point, every major anomaly Loeb has been promoting about 3I Atlas. This isn't a colleague disagreeing with an interpretation. This is someone calling out what he sees as fundamentally flawed science being pushed directly to the public, while bypassing the normal channels that would catch these errors. Wright's central accusation is that Loeb's analysis contains basic mistakes that any competent planetary scientist would spot immediately. The supposed absence of a coma around 3I Atlas, one of the key pieces of evidence Loeb used to argue it might not be a comet, comes from a misunderstanding of how telescope tracking works. When you're photographing a moving object like a comet, you have 2 choices. You can track the comet, keeping it sharp while background stars trail into streaks, or you can track the stars, keeping them sharp while the comet smears across the frame. Loeb looked at images where the telescope was tracking the comet and saw sharp object without obvious fuzz. Wright points out that of course you don't see a diffuse coma clearly when the exposure is optimized to keep the nucleus sharp. It's not absent, it's just not highlighted in that imaging mode. Different observation strategies, different visual results, same physical object. The size calculations are another point of contention. Loeb has been stating that 3I Atlas has a diameter of at least 5 kilometers, possibly larger, making it far more massive than previous interstellar objects. Wright argues that this size estimate comes from assuming the object is an asteroid with low reflectivity, an albedo around 5%. If it's a comet, which spectroscopic data increasingly suggests, then it would have a much smaller nucleus surrounded by a large coma that makes it appear brighter than a bare rock would. The brightness alone doesn't tell you size without knowing composition. It's astronomy 101. Brightness equals size times reflectivity. You can't solve for one without knowing the other. Loeb picked the assumptions that maximize size and ran with them, but those assumptions aren't justified by the data. Then there's the Mars images from Perseverance rover that went viral in early October. Enhanced versions showed what looked like an elongated cylindrical object.
At least 6 other US airports, while some planes stuck in Chicago never left for Europe or Asia.
Bad weather in Chicago totally changes not only the travel pattern in Chicago, but within 24 hours the whole country is being affected by that.
And we see the same phenomenon in natural networks. Knocking out one keystone species, like Atlantic cod, can destabilize an entire ecosystem.
So this is what we call the Achilles heel of networks. And this could be good news or it could be bad news, right? Good news if you want to create drugs to kill bacteria, then you're going to go for the hub.
This idea has created a whole new field of network medicine, where researchers develop drugs to target crucial parts of a disease's metabolic network. But understanding the role of hubs doesn't just help develop cures for a disease, it can help us control its spread. In 1990, Thailand was facing one of the fastest growing HIV epidemics in the world. The government tried broad campaigns like posters, TV ads, and school talks telling everyone to use condoms. But the infection kept spreading. So in 1991, the government tried something different. They started targeting hubs. They told brothels around the country that every client must use a condom or else they'd be shut down. And the impact was huge. For example, HIV infections among young men joining the military dropped by more than 50%. And by 2013, Thailand's Ministry of Public Health estimated the policy had prevented over 5 million infections, all because they realized the importance of hubs.
Hubs and shortcuts make any complex network more connected than it seems. That means things spread quickly, whether that's airport delays, information, or disease. But could that impact run even deeper? I mean, could the structure of our social network influence our very behavior and beliefs without us even being aware of it?
Back in 1997, Watts and Strogatz investigated just that, using a game called The Prisoner's Dilemma. It's probably the most famous problem in game theory, and it's used to represent a ton of different conflicts we see in the real world. We've actually done a full video on it before, but here's a quick recap. The premise is simple. A banker with a chest full of gold invites you and another player to play. You each get 2 choices. You can cooperate or defect. If you both cooperate, you each get 3 coins. But if you defect while your opponent cooperates, you get 5 coins and they get nothing. And if you both defect, then you each get 1 coin. So what would you do? Suppose your opponent cooperates. Then you could also cooperate and get 3 coins, or you could defect and get 5 coins instead. So you're better off defecting. But what if your opponent defects? Well, you could cooperate and get no coins, or you could defect and at least get 1. So no matter what your opponent does, your best option is always to defect. Now, if your opponent is also rational, they'll reach the same conclusion and therefore they'll also defect. And as a result, when you both act rationally, you both end up in the suboptimal situation of getting 1 coin each when you could have gotten 3. But in 1980, Professor Robert Axelrod found that if you play your opponent hundreds of times, well then, cooperation wins out. He ran a tournament among the world's leading game theorists, and all the most successful strategies were nice. The winning strategy was called tit for tat because its default position was to cooperate, and it would only defect in retaliation. He also showed that a small cluster of cooperators can work together to overcome a world of defectors.
So that's kind of the scene we're set in, right? You get to this realistic place where you get tit-for-tat-like strategies to sort of dominate the world. Because in Axelrod's tournament, every strategy played against every other strategy, or they only interacted sort of with their near neighborhood, which is, the small cluster. And now you could wonder, well, what if we start changing the way this works? What if we put them on a network?
Well, Watts and Strogatz simulated their own version of the prisoner's dilemma that did just that. They set up a regular network where each player was connected to a few players on either side. Then they would simultaneously play against all of their connections. The rules were simple. If most of a player's connections cooperated, then that player would also cooperate. But if most of their connections defected, then they would defect in retaliation. They started with a small cluster of cooperators surrounded by defectors, and they watched the network evolve. Over time, what they saw was cooperation spread, just like what Axelrod had found. But then they reran the simulation, this time with a few links rewired to shortcuts, and all of a sudden, the cooperators were crushed, and they ended up with a world of defectors. And when they started from a totally regular network and gradually increased the fraction of shortcuts, they found there was this critical fraction beyond which the percentage of cooperators at the end of the game drops to 0.
I think the thing that's really crazy is that you've taken the exact same strategies with all the same properties, same character traits and personalities, if you will. And you're not changing any of that. All you're changing is the way they're connected. And you go from a world where everyone's completely nice and working together to one where it's filled with nastiness and people betraying each other. Only by changing how they're connected.
It's like if the bulk of your interactions are sort of negative, then you start being negative too, and you just contribute to the overall negativity. Whereas if like a few people are nice, then you can imagine, oh, that makes me feel good, and so I'm going to be nicer to that person.
The intuition for that is that cooperation is fostered by having little clumps. If I have a little clump of people that are kind of my buds, we get to have a lot of encounters, and cooperation tends to emerge from familiarity, the same way that iteration helps. That if I know that I'm going to see you again, I'm going to encounter you again, it ends up being to my advantage to cooperate. Whereas like the world of the internet, where anyone can get on Twitter and badmouth anyone else, that tends to discourage. We don't have pockets. You don't have communities.
It kind of explains this keyboard warrior phenomenon, and that, yeah, people say things on the internet they wouldn't say.
They wouldn't. Most people are nice in real life.
Yeah.
It's funny that the small world, I know you think the small world's, well, because it's a Disney song, right? It's a small world after all, like it's supposed to be good. And yet it does expose you to toxicity and malevolence that you might have been shielded from in the small town.
Social media has kind of been toxic. The initial idea being, hey, we connect up a bunch of people and people have been separated geographically, we connect you with your old friends. You look at the net effect of it and it's actually been pretty negative by a lot of measures.
Intrigued by the findings, Watts started wondering if the results applied to the real world too.
For years after I did this work, I had wanted to test the hypothesis with actual human subjects.
So he got some volunteers to play a similar game called the public goods game across different network structures. He was expecting that, like they found previously, more shortcuts in a network would make cooperation less likely to emerge. But what he found was the structure of the network had no effect. Cooperation was just as likely to emerge in a totally clustered network as it was in a totally random one.
We were very puzzled by this result, and then we kind of did some more work.
When Watts dug deeper, he realized that the network structure did matter. In the more clustered networks, people were more likely to copy each other. So if by chance someone started out cooperating, then everyone would cooperate.